two. And welcome, everyone. Once I get her out of the cover, this is our first time doing this. Hello, everyone.
We made it.
Amazing. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Interfaithing, Why Families Can Embrace Two Faiths Under One Roof. I am one of your co-hosts, Ari Sachs, here joined by the most amazing, incredible co-host. So excited to be here as we share this awesome first ever live stream for us, the Anna DeWeese. The Anna DeWeese.
The Anna DeWeese. That was one of my very, very first emails way back in the day. It was the Anna DeWeese. The Anna Banana.
Of course.
I got that definitive article.
It's all about the definitive article.
At hotmail.com.
It's like, you know that you've made it when you get the definitive article, right?
Yes.
It's just so
Correct.
funny how that happens.
Oh
well, it is so amazing that to actually be here. I it's funny. I remember when we started thinking about doing a show together, we had the idea of doing a holiday live stream. Guess what? It's here.
We made it happen.
And for all those who are watching, well, joke's on you for deciding to watch, because this is what you're going to get. You're going to get the two of us for the duration of the day. We are going to be here for a while, but we're going to enjoy ourselves and have a lot of fun with you. And so whether you're here just for 4 minutes or for all 4 hours, you're in for a treat, as today we are going to be all about the holidays of Easter and Passover. So here's how basically it is going to work. Oh, actually, before I say that, and Anna, do you have any kind of intro thing you want to say before I kind of do a little rundown of how this is going to work for everyone?
Yeah, just repeating a little bit what you were just describing. You and I are here for the duration. We have some incredible special segments that we're also going to include. So depending on your schedule and availability, drop in, drop out. We hope you can stay with us for a while. And we are live, meaning there's no fancy editing that's going to happen on the background. If my dog starts barking, then we're all just going to have to say hi to Armadillo. And
I always call him Avocado. I still like Avocado better.
That's his second name. So
fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough. I at least can get a second name here. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we have so much in store for you today. We've got family, we've got friends, we've got videos, we got embarrassing pictures. Well, it's not that embarrassing. We got a little bit of history, and when it comes to the holidays of Passover and Easter, as well as just lots of insights in regards to what interfaith families can be able to do to celebrate these holidays, and really just going to enjoy our time together. One of the things we want to let you know about, though, is you can see on your screen that we have these two QR codes. These two QR codes. It's the same QR code that's going to be up for the duration of the LiveStreamathon. It's not just a live stream, it's a LiveStreamathon. So let's explain what that is. Live stream in terms of us being able to be together on the air for a certain duration of time, but that duration is going to be a while. We're going to be here for 4 wonderful hours for anybody to drop in, see us whenever you want, and to be able to pass it along to all of your friends. And just like a traditional telethon, which, by the way, you know what I realized about telethon? It has to do with television and a marathon. television, and a marathon. That's why the thon comes in. Not the thong, but the thon. I should say that. And so a part of a telethon is to be able to raise money, raise awareness for the different causes that you would have a telethon for. So to that extent, or to that light and that spirit, the QR codes are there for you to leave a tip, a financial tip, like a little bit something to say, like, I love what you guys do. I think this is very important. We want to help grow the interfaithing movement. So please feel free to add, a couple of shekels here and there, so that we can be able to continue to grow this and to really make it something so meaningful as we move forward into the future of interfaithing. So that's what the QR code is there. Just take your phone, go up there. And if you're on your phone watching, you can't really put the phone up to the QR code. The website is bit.ly/interfaithing. So bit.ly/interfaithing. And you'll be able to throw a few shekels, which we're also going to be sharing with some of the interfaith organizations that are out there. And you can see actually on the screen in a moment with these wonderful overlays to be able to know a little bit about the different communities that are out there. So for instance, we've got the New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago interfaith communities, the New York one called the Interfaith Community of New York, where Anna and we met, as well as Washington, D.C. with the Interfaith Families Project, a wonderful community of Jewish Christian families making it work. And then 2 wonderful schools in Chicago, the Family School and also the Union School, that work together, especially for Jewish Catholic families. So we just want to do a wonderful shout out to all of them and let them know that this is part of what we hope will be something we'll come back to over the course of time, these holiday live streamathons, to be able to raise more awareness, bring some folks from those organizations onto our live streamathon. We have a little bit of a video that we'll show a little bit later on in terms of from one of the communities, but it's just going to be a ton of fun. So I really, really can't wait. Anna, any thoughts there?
Oh my gosh, there is so much that we're excited to bring you. And yes, just wanting to repeat and underscore these incredible organizations. You're seeing all of their logos on the screen right now. And just wanting to say again how grateful and excited we are to now be a part of what is a kind of perpetually growing network of interfaithing organizations. So we're super, super excited to be doing this and very glad for all those who are participating with us today. And just a reminder, depending on where you're watching the live, there also is a chat. So in addition to showing us some love in the tip jar, we also would love to see your comments, that laughter, whatever it is. Please feel free to engage in the chat. And I think, is there anything else to say about the Q&A specifically?
I mean, I would say in terms of the chat, we are going to be having some time for questions, assuming that there will be questions to be shared, which would love to be able to do with you. So, we already have. So what you can be able to do is to put a question in there that you would like us to be able to answer, and then we can maybe highlight you. So I'm going to do this actually one now since we already have one. Thank you, Donna Cephas. As you can see, Donna Cephas is so happy to see us, and we're so happy for you to be able to watch us online. And any of the questions you may have, feel free to put it in as a way just to make a marker, because we may not be able to get to questions until more of the end, is for you to be able to mark it, but just put a Q in front of it so that we know that it's a question, and then we can highlight it. And then we'll be able to have all those questions come at the end. So with that, we're going to get ourselves started here. I mean, oh my God, this is happening, right? This is happening right now.
There's no turning back.
I know, no turning back at all. So, Anna, you had a great idea to start us off by kind of going a little bit back in time. When we first started the podcast, we talked a lot about how, we have these origin stories of why we were interested in interfaithing. Both of us are clergy kids. We are interested in this from a bit of a different angle, maybe than some folks might think, in terms of working with interfaith families. And I think that that those origin stories help folks understand what we're trying to do as we approach the working with interfaith families overall. So with that in mind, Anna, do you want to take it from here in terms of what you want to share about our origin stories?
Yeah. So as we were thinking about this, I mean, the podcast you can go back to our season 1 episodes and listen to the full origin stories that we produced and put up in that very, very first season. So we don't necessarily want to go over all the same information again, but because our focus and our kind of emphasis on today's live streaming event is also about the holidays, to just kind of reminisce and talk a little bit about that particular year that Ari and I met and we were paired together as co-teachers for the interfaith community. And a part of what we did with that organization, here is Armadillo.
Go Armadillo. We love hearing you.
Give him some shekels. Come on now. Give that boy some treats and we'll keep him quiet.
Mm-hmm.
It's live, y'all. It's live.
It's live.
So a big part of what we did in teaching with the interfaith community was also plan, host, and put on holiday celebrations. We would always do kind of a shared joint event for Christmas and Hanukkah, but then we would also do big springtime events for Easter and Passover as well. And I was finding myself thinking about the live stream and scrolling back through some old Facebook photos. Because
gotta love Facebook. It's got all those old photos on there.
All those memories. And I stumbled across a couple of photos that when I shared them with Ari, we both kind of thought, well, this would be really adorable to share on the live stream, if only to let you.
You just said live scream.
Did I?
You said live scream. It's like people are going to be screaming when they see these pictures, just like we were screaming when we saw these pictures.
Oh, potentially. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
My little Freudian slips. It's probably not going to be the last one, I promise. But yes, so these photos are time capsules. They still bring me a lot of joy. Mm-hmm. And of course, also just reminiscing of, gosh, that was 15 years ago.
Yeah, it was 15 years ago.
So as well presented as you and I are here on the screen today, we were younger and perhaps just a little bit cuter back then.
Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit.
So we're going to be seeing us, and you're going to be hearing the voices from the background. So especially this is us learning how to use this technology. So Anna, you're going to hide yourself. I'm going to now also hide myself. And we're going to show our first picture. Oh, here we are. There is Anna. Oh my God, I have no beard.
I know. Fresh-faced.
Fresh-faced.
Unfortunately,
yes,
the picture kind of cuts it off, but you can see in the very, very, very tip corner next to Ari's hand, this little hint of green, because we were performing a palm parade as part of the Holy Week and Easter event. And I just love this example of you and I co-leading a palm parade. You, I think, as a very newly minted rabbi.
No, I was not even a rabbi. I was a rabbinical student.
Quite yet.
I was a rabbinical student.
Yeah.
And by the way, so I will say I am used to parading around with palms during the holiday of Sukkot, the harvest festival in October-ish time, in the fall time. Definitely never paraded with palms near Easter. This was a first. And by the way, in addition to that palm parade, one of the first moments, and I've always often shared this, it's one of my favorites an example of what it's like to come together with two different faith traditions. Do you remember when we lit Shabbat candles during the retreat with altar candles?
Yes. We were in a church. That is just one of the greatest moments. Yeah. We were on retreat with a group of middle school students. And it was an overnight retreat. And we were going to light Shabbat candles, but we were in a church. And I think one or both of us kind of suddenly realized, oh no, we didn't bring any candles. What are we going to do about this? And myself, unapologetically in a church that was not my own, just started going through drawers and was like, you know what? They're going to have candles in here somewhere.
That's right.
So we found a couple of altar candles and used them to light Shabbat.
Are you ready for the next picture?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Of course, it's this one.
I know. No one else except the four of us would think that this is funny. But the context is my co-teacher on the Christian side. So we were the four of us. As you can see, there were 2 teams of co-teachers, and we would trade off like every hour with different age groups of students, etc. So always 2 Christian teachers, 2 Jewish teachers. So at this event, sitting at the Seder table is myself and Denise Della Porta, who wanted to be here with us today. Hopefully she'll be able to join part of the live, and we can see her in the chat. And we are sitting at the Seder table, which was the teacher's table. And you can see in the background, Ari and our other co-teacher, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew's face is my favorite part of the picture, because
he's looking over and be like, what are you doing? Are you eating the food?
I'm almost 100% certain that Denise and I had both taken a bite of something and we were not supposed to be eating yet. But I think
because that's what you get. That's what you get when you have Christians who are leading the Seder in eating.
Well, like we were supposed to be sitting quietly and modeling for everyone else what was supposed to be happening.
You're supposed to be eating. But here's the amazing thing, right? So we come back to this picture, right? And again, you can't really see it, but me, the Jewish individual, is carrying the palm, showing that as an example. And then we have you and Denise, who are the 2 Christian teachers sitting at the Seder table, right? That's what this is all about. And you can tell, like, it's the same day because all wearing
same
the same
outfits.
Clothes. Same outfits. That's how you can tell, right?
Indeed. And I'm pretty sure that the Easter portion had gone first. Therefore, like, part of why Denise and I were so ready to just tuck in was because we were so relieved.
You're like, we're done.
We're done.
Just done.
We just get to sit here. We can crack open that bottle of wine.
Oh my God. Right. Because this was not all about the kids. It was about the teachers.
Exactly. Yes.
All right. Next one. Here we go.
So this last one, I know it's a little self-indulgent, but I had forgotten about this photo, and I promise I didn't tell these children to circle around me and fan me with palms. It just kind of happened. But that's the example of the cut out palm leaves. So there was also always a very hands-on arts and craft component to the events that we would lead with the interfaith community. So even just putting a plug out there, if you're at home, you can do this for yourself. If you wanted to engage children in a particular way in talking about these holidays, maybe going to church is not accessible or it's a little bit intimidating, but there are still things that you can do that are very hands-on.
Very hands-on.
Yep.
Absolutely. By the way, so first off, these pictures are incredible. I mean, absolutely. They're just absolutely so priceless. One thing though that is important for you to know, Anna, so especially in thinking about how it is that we want to be able, we're going to put our cameras back on, so you can put your camera back on, and that, so to the point of how we are looking to express our connection to these holidays, and we want to share it and be open about it and to really make it come alive. That, as you can see, I am wearing my matzah tie. I'm wearing my matzah tie. And it's also, you can't really see, I'm going to hold it up here, but I have baby Moses. Baby Moses is on my tie clip. And I just need to say this. This comes from my wife, who is watching and sharing, that she just has this to say, Anna. So, Rachel Dvorak's, I'm personally disappointed that Anna isn't wearing some sort of Easter themed frock to match Ari's cheesy tie. So I'm just saying, you got to give the people what the people ask for. So
I know. I was looking through my wardrobe, in fact, and
trying to find
really wanted to go like full florals. And other than like long skirts, it wasn't happening. I did try to pick something colorful, and so I was actually going to bring this up
Oh,
because
nice.
I
Let's
am
see it.
trying to give homage to Easter egg decorations.
Easter egg decorations. I love
So,
it.
otherwise, I know I don't have an Easter bonnet.
Mm,
I do have a big sun hat, but I don't have a proper Easter bonnet.
okay.
Otherwise, I would have put it on.
Well, that just means that next year we're gonna have to do this again so that you can
Yes.
wear. You're gonna have to get an Easter bonnet and then wear it
Yes.
for the live streamathon. So
Yes.
if you want, you know what? Here's the deal. If you want to see Anna in an Easter bonnet next year,
Mhm.
now's the time to scan that QR code and to leave a tip.
There
And
you
put in the
go.
note
I'm
that it's going to be for the Easter bonnet to be able to
Yes,
wear for next
and
year.
let's not forget that I am Southern. So if we want a
Oh.
full Easter regalia, it'll be
Mm-hmm.
lace white gloves.
Amazing.
It'll be
I'm done. Like, that's awesome. I just have to
white
see it.
shoes. It'll be the big bonnet. We don't I'm all kidding aside. We are actually going to talk further about some of these things like Easter bonnets,
Mm-hmm.
like what is that all about? If you were to go to a church service and notice all of these types of things, what does it mean? Where do these traditions come from? So I'm actually really glad that Rachel called me out because
Amazing.
it's we're going to be
Yeah.
talking about it for sure.
Well, actually, and thinking of that, thinking of the notion of that Southern spirit that you have, I think it's time that we move to our next block, in which we
Yeah.
have a very special guest who is going to be making his very first appearance on the stage for Interfaithing. Hold on. Oops. I did the music a little too fast. That was on me.
But we love
But
our music.
we do love our music. The music is great.
Mhm.
And that as part of our so that as part of our origin stories, right, thinking about us coming together at the interfaith community, but that we have a longer history. It wasn't just that moment, it was things building up to it. And so this in many ways, Anna, is part of your origin story of getting involved in interfaithing, you and your dad. So anything you want to do as a preview to us being able to meet your father, the pastor, Ted DeWeese.
I will never hide my bias toward people that I really love and respect and care about. So, yes, I was thrilled that my dad, Dado, as I call him sometimes, agreed to record this with me. He wasn't available to do it like live, but we were able to connect. And even just connecting to do the recording was so gratifying and special. And I think you'll see in the video as we play it for you this father-daughter connection that is quite strong because
Yeah.
I owe so much of my interfacing journey in particular to the types of examples that
Mm,
he set as a clergy, as my father, yes, but also the pastor who raised me in the church. My mom as well. I don't, gotta give a shout out to
gotta
mom
give a shout out to
also.
mom. Yeah.
Always got to give a shout out to mom. I wanted I wanted her to also potentially lend her voice, but she did not want to do that. So you'll hear from my
Mm,
dad. But they were both
okay.
so integral in a lot of my faith experiences as a
Right.
child and then young adult. So it was really just such a joy, and I'm really excited that he again agreed to do this and that you all are going to get to meet him and learn a little bit more about him and us.
Amazing. And just as a way to think about how that's going to work, as a way to, because Anna's going to be on the screen with her dad, she's actually now going to disappear from the screen.
I am. Do,
You're
do,
going to
do,
disappear from the
do.
screen. Oh, she's still there though, so we can actually hear her. I'm going to stay on because I wanted to watch this and have a good time with that. But Anna, anytime you want me to pause it, feel free to have me pause it so that we can talk if there's anything that comes up. Sound good?
Absolutely.
All right. And with that, we'd love now to present Anna and her father, Pastor Ted DeWeese.
Well, hi, Dad. It's good to see you this evening.
Oh, it's good to see you too.
Ari and I are really excited to have your voice joining our project. And I think it's going to be a really nice addition for our audience to hear a little bit more from, especially in your case, a retired pastor, but to hear a little bit more about different ways that interfaithing, that's our term, what it looks like in real life, whether that was your intention or not, that's what it was. So to give folks some background, if you happened to have listened to the very, very beginning of our podcast journey, Ari and I each recorded an origin story, which was really focused on how each of us respectively came to this topic, came to this work of wanting to support interfaith families on their journeys. And one piece of my origin story were two events that I experienced through my pastor, who also happens to be my father. Well, I guess the first one was middle school, and then again in high school, that in a certain sense kind of opened me up to what became my interreligious and interfaith journey. So again, that probably wasn't your intent, and I don't know if I've ever put it in those terms to you before, but that's what happened. So I thought it would be really great to hear from your side of the story, since you were quite pivotal in those two events, not just taking me to them, but you organized them in a particular way. So I will let you describe what those events are, also in your own words. And yeah, everything that you would like to share about them. I'm just really excited to hear and have this conversation.
Well, the first one you speak of, yes, it was you were in middle school, and it was my first church appointment. And it came time for Easter celebration. And I, being the nosy person I am, I wanted to understand a little bit more about our scriptures say that Jesus, during the Passover time, that Jesus came to Jerusalem, and then all of the events that surrounded that. And I wanted to try to understand it from, okay, what was going on? And because I didn't want to just jump immediately into um, a kind of typical Christian understanding of all of it. Because as I think on it even more, um, and especially in the Gospel of John, the timeline doesn't work with our Easter celebrations because we tend to focus on the Passover meal on Thursday. Well, it couldn't have been that according to John. It would have more than likely been Wednesday. And anyway, the whole timeline would be thrown off. And I wanted to try to understand that and not automatically make what Jesus was experiencing and the disciples were experiencing in a Christian way. Because, let's face it, there were no Christians at that time.
Right.
And so what they would have been doing would have been experiencing the Passover season in their own tradition. And I wanted to try to bring that out and have a better understanding. The second event happened, you were in high school and in our third pastoral appointment. And actually, we were extended an invitation from the local synagogue to come and be part of a Seder meal. And then good fortune for me is I got to do that for 4 years in a row. And so we were a part of a Jewish community celebrating a Seder meal together, and they allowed us to come as guests. And I tried to make it clear to the youth group that they also invited to come with me to make sure to talk to them about, let's remember, let's don't automatically jump to this is a communion service. That may be what we do in our
Mm,
Christian tradition, but that's not what is going to happen here tonight. So let's
yeah.
experience it and try to understand it before we try to add the layer of, and here's what Jesus did. Um,
Right. Yeah.
so that's just kind of the way I approach things. I want to understand a little bit deeper sometimes than some others do. Um, and so there we are. We had opportunity. One was a Seder presentation, uh, uh, really from a Christian perspective, and
Mm,
trying to say, well, here's what they did, and here's what it means to us, and
mm,
kind of thing. And then when we actually attended a Seder meal at synagogue, then we got, you know, at least in my mind, I tried to avoid layering in a Christian understanding, and I wanted to experience it as they shared it with us.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's really like the more I think about it, this was, I mean, more than 20 years ago, for both of those events, closer to 25 at least, especially for the experience, no, the high school experience. Yeah. Oh, I just aged myself. Okay, oops. Um, so the fact that these events that I experienced as a child and the perspective that I could have on it at those stages of my life, but like you also as an adult, also as a young, new-ish in your ministry, respectively, and to still have that openness and perspective. I don't want to ignore, quite frankly, how impressive and uncommon that would be. Because in the mid 90s and then very early 2000s, sure, there was a lot of popularity of the like, what would Jesus do movement, and especially being in churches in the South, there was a tendency for the theology to be much more evangelical than like other interpretations. And that kind of curiosity, if I can put that word onto like part of your decision making process, I just think is really fascinating and deserves to receive like quite a bit of credit, because your colleagues, as far as I know, were not doing similar things. Um, if other people were having like Christian Seders, because I think that was kind of trendy for a little while, it was very much through that supersessionist lens and like not trying to apologize. Well, we are the Christians, therefore we are dominant, and whatever we have to say about Passover and those activities is more important, um, because Christianity wins, right? So there's just really something quite remarkable about the fact that we, as a pastoral family, got to experience both of those events, and then for yourself to have experienced the Seder within the small Arkansas community, Jewish community, for 4 years in a row. That just that that wasn't common. That wasn't something I would have assumed, that there would be so few Jewish synagogues and Jewish communities in a state like Arkansas, that to even have access to an entire synagogue and then to make the relationship and go and then continue to go was, again, I keep coming back to the word like remarkable in and of itself, because just like with the racialized component about church attendance and self-segregation, like Jewish communities in the South, depending on where they lived, like didn't necessarily feel that level of hospitality from most of the other Christian churches where they exist.
true. I would be surprised if there were very many communities throughout the South where there was a Jewish population, and being open to share in that way. I will point out that this particular synagogue was a Reformed Judaism.
Mhm, mhm,
Uh, and so rather than having the requirement of having 10 men, it was 10 people.
mhm,
And there were a couple of those years that without the youth group that I brought, there would not have been 10.
mhm.
So there was a part of, they opened the door for us to take part, but there was also kind of a necessity
Mm,
that, so that was, I think, I can't discount that that was part of how and why we were invited to attend. So
yeah. I also like even that I think is so wonderful though, because the the design of a Seder in many ways, and how especially I've experienced through the interfaith community teaching events, um, they're for children, right? Like, yes, there are Seders that it's nothing but adults, and that's fine, and you still go through all of the same steps. But as a learning tool, the Seder in certain ways, and again, I'm repeating this from a variety of colleagues that have talked about this and shared Seders with, like, it's for the kids, because the whole, component of the four questions is that there's four different types of children, aka four different types of learners. So it's also really interesting to me that in those years that you were taking the youth group to attend, you were not only helping that Reform congregation like fulfill the minimum requirements for holding the event, but also bringing youth into the space. Do you do you remember from any of those different youth groups, like the questions and or like any sharing or reflection that any of those teenagers shared, either like in Sunday school later or even the night of the events taking place?
I don't remember an emphasis on that it's for the children, but I certainly remember the involvement of the children that were present. And so yes, indeed, even our youth were involved and engaged because of their young age. Uh, but yes, and forgive me for my attempt, the Afikoman
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
and and going and the search for that
Right.
definitely was a child activity.
Yeah.
And so that incorporation and
Mhm.
intentionality of including the children and setting it up as we are teaching our children the way that they should go.
Mhm.
And uh, so that definitely made an impression on me. I don't remember a lot of the conversations that we might have had among the youth,
Mm.
other than let's, just remember, we're not going to automatically add Jesus into this. We want to experience it for what it is, because the event that's being celebrated
Mhm.
was uh, about the release of Israel from captivity. And so,
Yeah,
I
and especially the covenant making
yes,
via Moses, and then everything that happens through the wandering in the desert, the receiving of the Ten Commandments. I mean, it's it's a monumental event. Like Passover is I mean, yeah, Passover is the or one of the most important holidays and observances in the Jewish calendar.
yes.
Um, Now, just to make sure we cover our bases, and of course, Ari and I will touch on this within the actual live stream event as well, but especially for folks who are less familiar with aspects of Christian theology, like how exactly through the Holy Week and Easter story is it that Jesus, in many ways, is like superimposed on top of specific parts of the Passover story?
For the week leading up to the crucifixion, we're told that it is at the time of Passover. And so, therefore, the Jewish people would have been flocking to Jerusalem, one of the three holy days where they were required to make a trip. Uh, so there's all of that going on, and then there was the preparation for the meal, and so how all of that takes place, um, um, and then it comes to a place where Jesus tells his disciples to go to this place, and somebody would prepare the meal for them, and they would meet then in a room, and they would celebrate this event together. In that meal, Jesus then, in that way that Jesus had of kind of, you have heard it said, but I say to you.
Yeah.
He did that more than a few times in the scriptures that we lean on.
Mhm.
But he pointedly took the meal that had been prepared at this season of Passover,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to resist calling it a Seder because I
Sure.
don't know when the term Seder became the official name for it.
Mhm.
But but so for this celebration, and I think that in general, Christians believe that this Passover celebration that Jesus shared with his disciples was the foundation of Holy Communion for us. And so we kind of separate it out,
Mm.
and unless we're very intentional, we don't remember um, all that goes into a Seder meal
Mm.
and all that's remembered. And so I will touch on one of my favorite parts of the Seder meal was the singing of Dayenu.
Mm.
And I loved that fact of, for one thing, it was kind of a history lesson.
Right.
Uh, and it was a remembering of what God had done.
Mhm.
But even more, it was if all God had done was call Moses, it would have been enough. But then the song goes on, and the song could go on all night long if you really
Yeah.
wanted to study. I mean, you could bring so many things into it.
Yeah.
And so for there, it reminded me of the call and even the challenge and the opportunity for we who believe in the one true God,
Mhm.
remember what God has done and celebrate it and say thanks for it and give thanks for it. And so remembering that to me was a very important part of my experience of the
Mm.
Seder.
Yeah. Yeah. And I appreciate so much like being able to put it in those terms and think about it in that way because it's very true. Like the same way I just said, Passover is, if not it's one of the most important holidays, times of the year in most Jewish communities. Like Holy Week and Easter is similarly like the most important time for Christianity. And I've said this on the podcast before. If the Easter event never occurred, then Jesus would have just been this like footnote of like another guy in history who happened to be a charismatic Jewish teacher. But the Easter event is what makes this whole global religion rise out of this one event, right? Had it not, and not just his death, but the resurrection specifically. That's what I mean by the Easter event, of course. Like otherwise, it just would have been another person, rabble rouser, who was killed by the Roman Empire. So what? um, and I don't know if this ever came up in like your events, but did you experience throughout, well, and currently, because I mean, I know you're a retired pastor, but you still participate in church, you still lead Bible studies and other things. The idea of the similarities between Jesus and Moses, but also the kind of like supersessionist way of turning Jesus into the Paschal Lamb.
Yeah.
And it's like, we do both. So it's like, wait, is Jesus the new Moses, or is Jesus the sacrifice? And of course, to some folks, the answer is it's everything. But did you encounter that quite a bit, like over the years, needing to either address it or work through it in your own way, as far as like understanding the theology?
Well, I think working through it on my own, I didn't always tell my congregations everything that I thought, because that could have been a very scary thing. But as okay, so as you say that, right now the Bible study that we're leading is in the prophet Isaiah,
Mm-hmm.
and as you read through Isaiah, you come upon those sections that we familiarly call them the suffering servant or the servant songs. And so in my class, I keep trying to remind them, let's not automatically make this be about Jesus.
Right.
Because historically, in the times that Isaiah would have been written and the things that were going on, what would this servant look like, and who might that servant be? And so the servant could have been Hezekiah. It could have been Sennacherib, because God says, "This is my arm." You know, so how did different people in the story of Isaiah, how might they be called upon to be the servant? So Christianity, for sure, we read those words and we remember our Easter story, and it's just clear as day to us that Isaiah was talking about Jesus. Never mind, that was a prophecy over 500 years before Jesus came.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so how could anyway, try to remember and try not to automatically overlay a Christian understanding on something that happened so long before there ever was Christianity. And and I'm also that cantankerous one who wants to remind people that Jesus was never anything but a Jew.
Right.
He was never a Christian.
Right. Yeah. And
Uh,
I don't have the specific count available, but I'm sure by the time the live stream happens, I can confirm it. But even the term Christian or Christianity is rarely used within the Christian scriptures themselves. Like, forget the Gospels, they don't exist at all. But even the later scriptures from Paul, and then on, the additional letters, all the way through Revelation, that term, Christian or Christianity, it's not a thing because it didn't
right.
exist.
Right. And so Jesus did not quote the Christian teachings.
No.
They were Jewish teachings that later on, from the movement after Jesus, became associated and connected.
Right.
So yes, historically, it was in that region of, we call it Turkey, the town of Antioch.
Mm-hmm.
And in Paul's journeys, it was in Antioch where the name Christian came to be, and it was a term of derision, saying little Christs.
Right.
And it was a way to make fun and ridicule. And that didn't, that happened. Paul, the writings of Paul and the life of Jesus, they were at least 30 to 50 years separated.
At least, right. Because if yet another acolyte of Paul had picked up the thread, so to speak, and the writings that are said to be of Paul also could have been Paul plus one or two acolytes. So that length of time could actually be farther away.
Yeah. And so before there was Christianity, there was the way.
Right.
Kind of a
Yeah.
nebulous term, but anyway. Um,
It sounds very new agey, doesn't it? Like, oh.
Lived through that too.
Oh, didn't we? Oh my goodness. Yeah, we did. That was a very popular book for a while.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I am seeing we got the 9-minute warning. So I just am putting that frame. Obviously, this part will be edited out, but we've got time. I haven't thrown you too much for a loop.
No, it
at
wasn't.
This point, we're still good.
Yeah.
I was about to say, no, it wasn't.
I have done that thing I do in Bible study. I have chased a rabbit down a hole,
That's
and
fine.
we need to come back.
No. Chasing rabbits down holes is what Ari and I do in every episode. And we absolutely love it. So if anything, my and your conversation tonight is just such a confirmation that I am, in fact, your child. Because we have so many of the same traits, and the questions that you ask yourself are questions that I have also asked, and that desire to want to always go deeper, to do the additional research and have a different type of understanding than just the automatic, the surface level, the common. I get that from you. So again, thank you. I appreciate who I am and that it comes from a good place. And I'm also just real curious in this context, because the live stream is very much meant to be highlighting the fact that here in 2025, the Passover and Easter events are overlapping in the calendar, which happens, every 45 years, but they're like on top of each other. This year, in fact, I think the first night of Passover is Holy Saturday.
Okay.
So they're like really, really on top of each other, and to use the word from the beginning, a dramatic fashion. And especially thinking about as a resource for interfaith families or people who are just interested in interfaithing in their community, in their homes. I feel like it's so easy for people who represent the Christian tradition to shy away because, oh gosh, right, at some point it becomes very anti-Jewish.
It can certainly
It can.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
It can. And those are the difficult conversations, not just that the religions depart from one another, but that certain aspects of Christian theology kind of require, again, in a certain understanding, in a certain reading of it, that Judaism is only this ancient thing and it no longer matters. And so I guess I'm now asking you if you have any advice or ideas for how to approach the Holy Week and the Easter story for interfaithing families. Now I'm really putting you on the spot.
Somewhat, but I think the first thing is just to embrace both sides of it, and hold it together. So if this particular season is an opportunity to I don't want to say blend, because that seems but to hold the two events and the two perspectives together, to see what is in common, and not just and if the only thing that we can say is that what is in common is this is what God has done. And it's a starting place, a grounding place, to remember that God set Israel free through the work of Moses. And in Christianity, we say that God set people free through the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. So it's still regardless of which point, where you want to begin,
Mhm.
the only place you can begin is God did.
Mm.
And there we don't have to be in contention with one another. We don't have to be fearful of one another. We don't have to see one side problematic for the other. But it comes back to in the beginning, God, and then how has God worked through history to bring that redemption story back to the front.
Mm.
And and so I will just invoke my favorite psalm, and it's Psalm 78. It is a psalm that talks about God's redemptive work in Israel.
Mm.
And when we in the retelling of the Easter story, we are telling over and over again God's redemptive work in that story as well.
Mm.
Uh, and you know, in that psalm, it's very clear. God acts, the people respond, then the people fall away. God acts, the people respond, the people. There's this cycle, and
Yeah.
that cycle is not unique to Judaism. It is very much in evidence in Christianity as well. And so we have to keep coming back to the story of of redemption.
Yeah.
And what is God restoring? So,
Mm. Y'all, did I say or did I not say the man can preach?
used to could, don't do that anymore.
Might could
Definitely true.
again. Oh, you're gonna get the southerner back out of me. Okay, real quick, with just a couple of minutes left. I in thinking about having this conversation, a lot of course, like Easter service memories have also flooded back to me, and also something that I shared with the interfaith community in New York was a blooming of the cross.
Mhm.
And again, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but if, let's say, an interfaithing family wanted to do that as part of a shared practice at home or in a different context, how would you invite them into that?
One of the first things I think I would go to is um, go back to the garden
Mm.
and that blooming and that and bringing back to life. It began in the garden. And in my point of view, at least, that's where God is always trying to redeem us back to the garden.
Mm.
And to bring us back to that. So I think that the story of the garden would be a place again where the two traditions can connect and then and work from there. Um, uh, there's also yeah, the idea of the blooming cross, sometimes I really, really love it. And then every once in a while I stop and think, but why are we trying to make this instrument of torture to be something beautiful? Yeah. And so
Yeah.
that there's, uh, so in having the blooming cross, I think you really need a place to anchor. Why are you decorating the cross in such a way? And for
Fair.
me, I have to go. The garden is the obvious place for me
Mhm.
to take it back. So
Fantastic. Oh my gosh, Dad, really, thank you so much for this. I
oh,
appreciate it so much.
this is fun.
That
Sorry.
was a lot of
That was
fun.
fun.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That
I'm
was a lot of
just,
fun.
I mean, and to just have you and your dad on together, got to be very special. And after watching that, I said to my dad, Okay, we got to be next. Maybe for Hanukkah next time.
Yes, yes. And
Like
I
a Christmas
mean,
section.
this is, I mean, I think you and I kind of put this out there in the earliest days of imagining the entire podcast. Like, what about our dads being in conversation together
Oh my
also?
God.
And, now we've spoken it
Yeah.
really out loud to the public and to the universe. So
We
it's
we
got to
really did
happen.
out to the universe. Speaking of which, I actually want to share the you can see it on here. I
Yeah.
want to take off the other one though. That cover's not coming off. So you can kind of see it. You have this blooming cross that you were referencing earlier.
Yes.
Any particular thing you want to share about that?
I was so inspired. I had to dig through some more Facebook photos, and I found this. So this was actually the aftermath, if you will, of a blooming of the cross at one of my dad's churches several years
Mm,
ago. So this isn't just like a Google search image, but one that his congregation did. I am going to talk about. I am going to talk about a blooming of the cross as something else that, again, if you attend a church service, you may see, but it also might be something that interfaith families can get creative with and think about doing at home in a modified context. So more to say about that in a future segment.
sounds good. I just wanted to give you a chance to be able to see that. So I'm just trying to figure out, oh, that's the one I'm looking for. So
There.
again, we're trying to figure out what the right setting is, and this was the right one for this picture. I actually had a couple thoughts I wanted to share about, in hearing your dad, both in the sense of hearing it from and getting ready for today, and also a little bit about what I heard now. One of them actually, it has to do a little bit with the timing of Passover, Easter. He mentioned something about Thursday that would not be the day for Passover into Sunday. Can you just flesh that out a little bit more? Because I think I know what it's referring to, but I wonder if you can.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the Gospels, in the 4 Gospels, which is the telling of the life of Jesus, you get versions of the Holy Week and Easter story in all of them.
Right.
And he pointed out that the Gospel of John, in particular, shares a slightly different timeline, which doesn't really play nice with the timeline as it's described in the other Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. But the most familiar and the one that is repeated in Matthew, Mark, and Luke does provide a level of detail, especially in Matthew's gospel, of exactly which day of the week and exactly how events took place.
Right.
And you can kind of see that in writing the story and wanting to, I'm going to say, legitimize Jesus being this prophesied figure who then after the Easter event is referred to as the Christ, wanting to make that Passover feast, Last Supper event like fit into what the norm of the day would have been was really, really important. And John kind of comes through and is like, no,
That's that
wouldn't,
important.
like it wouldn't have necessarily happened that
Right.
way.
So actually, if it's okay, I wanted to, the next thing we're going to be talking about is the histories of Passover and Easter. So that is actually the next thing on our agenda for today.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, I actually wanted to build off of something that your dad had said in this regard, in terms of the sort of the role of Passover, and you had raised this question about, was Jesus the Passover or was Jesus Moses? And it was actually something that we talked about that was in reference to a class that I'm teaching, and thinking about that connection between Jesus and Moses, especially bringing in the Christmas story, which you've shared in the podcast. By virtue of the Christmas story, Christmas, you can't understand Christmas unless you think of Easter. You need to get from Christmas to Easter. And that's actually the purpose of Christmas, is sort of building him up from the very beginning. And that the birth of Jesus actually reflects the birth of Moses, a baby who is wanted by the king, and the king then actually will then go after all the children, and actually then flees down to Egypt. It just really, I mean, the point that you made before when we were studying it is really, really fascinating about the kind of parallels between what, when Moses was born and when Jesus was born. In thinking though about the Passover and Jesus, I'm curious from your perspective, as well as also given what your dad was sharing about not projecting a Christian reading of Jesus onto the story of Passover, because to the point that you raised, and I assume that you did that, the work you said you were going to do before the live stream, of saying like there was no mention of a Christian in the Bible, right, in the New Testament.
No, it appears so rarely. That stands out to me, and I think especially in having an interfaithing conversation, it isn't simply to drive home the point, that you even heard my dad say in our conversation. I've said it multiple times on the podcast. It's not enough to just say Jesus was Jewish.
Right.
It actually is deeper than that, right? Like Jesus, another way to think about Jesus's teaching and ministry was as a renewal movement for the Judaism of his time.
Right.
Because even one of the events in the Easter story, which I'll talk a little bit more about in the next segment, the cleansing of the temple. Like Jesus gets really angry and actually flips over tables and like runs merchants and tax collectors out of the temple, because he is seeing that what has happened to the temple in particular is that activities are taking place there that are not of God. That is Caesar's world, right? Like that, that quote that Jesus is attributed to as "render to God what is God's and to Caesar what is Caesar's." Like, keep them separate.
Gotta separate the two.
You gotta
put
separate
one in one
those
corner,
things.
put the other in the other corner. That
Yes.
they should be separate from one another.
And so thinking of Jesus, not just, he was a good Jewish boy, but he was there actively teaching and performing his ministry in light, or you can put it in the terms of like a renewal movement. I would not say that Jesus's goal was ever to create a new religion.
Right. It was
to fulfill a covenant.
Right.
Yeah. It was to fulfill the covenant made with Moses.
So with that in mind, and thinking about the fact that he lived as a Jew, and then the connection between especially Passover and Easter, and you mentioned, I'm going to go into a little bit about the history of Easter, especially. I want to focus for a moment on the history of Passover, especially as it relates to this point of sort of what was Jesus doing. Your dad referenced this. It is one that is often discussed around share tables during Christmas, during Easter and Passover. That the Last Supper wasn't that a Seder. And your dad kind of hedged his answer there and want to kind of bolster that point that it was not a Seder.
Right.
It was not a Seder. One of the main points is that, and I'm going to share this a little bit when we talk about what to expect for the Seder or for Passover, that the Passover Seder is a later invention, came in the first 3 centuries of the Common Era, but definitely not at the time of Jesus. One of the ways in which we know this is because a part of the Seder is Rabbi Hillel, who was a rabbi at the time of the Beit HaMikdash, of the temple, and yet the saying in the Haggadah, the book that is used for the Passover Seder, it's Zecher Lemikdash Kehillel, that when we are actually going to eat of what was going to be the Passover sacrifice, first off, there is no Passover sacrifice in what we eat. And second, that it was a way to remember the temple that was in Jerusalem that the Jews would have been using for the Passover, but that they no longer use. So in a certain sense, the Seder is a replacement for Passover.
Wow.
It's a replacement for the Passover. Did not exist exactly then. It is one of the oldest rituals that we have, but it is not a ritual that was done by the Jews who lived with the temple, because what they did was they went to the temple.
Right.
So what Jesus did, specifically in Matthew and Mark, went to the temple, did the Passover. And it was also very interesting, and I'm not sure if you're going to point this out later on, is that in Matthew and Mark, it specifically refers to two different holidays. One is the Passover, and the other is the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Yep.
Later on, John does not. He only refers to Passover, I think. Passover? I think so. Meaning that there is no actual Feast of the Unleavened Bread as sort of was mentioned there. What ended up happening is that there is this weird situation in which the day of, or the holiday of Passover, hey there. I think I lost you there for a quick second.
Yes.
You're back.
But we didn't lose the live. Sorry, guys.
Did not lose the live.
Internet. Okay.
Is that we call this holiday the holiday of Passover, but really it's the holiday known as a Feast of Unleavened Bread. And that the Passover was actually a day that was probably right before the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but it wasn't on the actual day. So here's what I'd actually like to do. So, because we're learning a little bit more about the history of Passover and Easter altogether, I'm actually going to share my screen. Hopefully this does work and don't lose the live. But here is what we're going to do. And can you see it? No. Wait. No. Add to stage. That's why. All right. So if you can see on your screen, oh, you know what? That's why I'm going to do it this way. Okay. So, oh wait, Anna, you can come back on the stage.
Okay.
Come back here. All right. So on here, we have here, this is at the beginning of chapter 12 of Exodus. Okay. God said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, "This month shall mark for you the beginning of the months. It shall be the first of the months of the year for you. Speak to the whole community of Israel and say that on the 10th of this month, each of them shall take a lamb to a family, a lamb to a household." Now, by the way, when thinking about the story of Passover and the number of days until the Passover, first the 10th, and then you get to Passover, which is a few days later on. So maybe there was a question as to how many days. And this had to do all the way back in Egypt, not necessarily when they were at the time of the temple. Right. But regardless, you take the lamb prior to the holiday, a couple of days or so. And then if the household too small for a lamb, let's share with your neighbor. So the idea of sharing food together is actually something that's very important from the very beginning. Lamb is without blemish. Shall keep watch over it until the 14th day of this month, and all of the assembled congregation of the Israelites shall slaughter it at twilight. Now, this is where it gets a little bit fuzzy. So twilight is which day? Twilight, when it comes to the 14th day of this month, that they shall, all the assembled congregation of the Israelites shall slaughter it at twilight. Which day is twilight referring to? May seem like may seem like a trick question, but it's actually not in thinking about the way that the Hebrew days are. Let me put it this way. The Sabbath day.
Okay. Yes.
Right.
I know. I'm sitting here. I'm very like, Uh-oh.
Okay. So Shabbat,
Twilight.
right?
That's yeah.
Who knows who would be sitting in class? So Shabbat, right? Shabbat happens Friday night
Mhm.
into Saturday because the seventh day begins the night prior.
Right. Oh, got it. Okay, that's
Okay.
where it is. Okay.
So Saturday begins the night prior. But when during the night prior does it start?
Sundown?
Correct. It starts at sundown. And then Saturday night, it ends not at sundown. It ends when there are 3 stars out in the sky when it's fully, fully dark.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So on the early end, the beginning of twilight is considered the 7th day.
Mm.
On the later end, on the back end, the end of twilight is considered the 7th day.
Oh, wow.
So twilight at one point is the 7th day when it's early, but still the 7th day when it's late. In other words, it's not like a 24-hour period, it's a 25-hour period.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So if somebody says it happens on twilight, especially in the Bible, you gotta ask yourselves, well, which day is it? Because it could be considered the day in which the light is now done. It's still that day because you still see some light. Or it could be considered the next day because there's no more sun.
Wow. Oh my
right?
gosh. Okay.
So there's 2 ways to read this verse. Either on the 14th day at the twilight at the end of the 14th day,
Mm-hmm.
that is when you shall eat of it. Or at the twilight of the beginning of the 14th day, which is actually the end of the 13th day, that is when you shall actually eat of it, which means it could be that you have the Passover sacrifice being eaten a full day prior to the beginning of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which, if you follow this along, right, do not leave any of it over until morning. You have to eat it all at once because it's always like during this like time period. That's like when you can actually be able to eat it.
Yeah.
Eat with your loins girded because you're about to get up and go.
Yeah, you got to get out.
You got to get out. And
so carb load because you're about to run.
Right. You got to carb load with all this matzah. And then you get to, you shall sell 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the very first day you shall remove leaven from your houses, for whoever eats leavened bread from the first day to the 7th day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. That's a whole separate holiday.
Yeah.
Whole separate holiday. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, it doesn't really make sense in context because the Passover was done right before they're about to leave Egypt.
Yeah.
For good. And now this is the holiday that you're supposed to celebrate in your houses for 7 days, but I thought they're leaving Egypt. Like they got to get out of Dodge. Like it's not going to be good to stay there. So
yeah.
The point is that there are these 2 days. I'm not going to take it off the screen. There are these 2 days. Whoops, not that. There are these 2 days, 2 holidays, Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread, that are actually separate. Now we've combined them the 2 together. It's kind of what John did, right? As more of a reflection of the fact that we call it Passover even though it's a Feast of Unleavened Bread. But for Jesus, it wasn't. The food that they were eating was, they took the Passover to the temple and then they have to eat it that night. That's why they had to all come together. And especially because they may not necessarily be able to afford, like, who knows like what their finances were back then. They had to be able to eat it right away, to eat it all together. So he was simply fulfilling the act of the Passover. He wasn't doing a Seder, which is what we do for the Feast of Unleavened Bread, even though we call it Passover.
Yeah. And I mean, even in the other scriptural references, I have always heard it interpreted as, the entrance, like going to Jerusalem in order to celebrate the Passover, but then even the description of enter the city ahead of me, you'll find a man and, this person will offer us hospitality. So therefore the Last Supper takes place in the upper room of this person's house. And other than, I think maybe just then they gathered for the meal.
Right.
If it says anything, it would be a reflection of like Passover feast, but that would have occurred in the temple because that's why they had traveled to Jerusalem. It was just the fact that they were going to be in the city for the entirety of the week for the longer celebration of the holidays.
Of the festival
And they
unleavened bread.
And they're all
That's good.
staying together. So Jesus was also making a bigger deal about that particular meal because he knew what was going to happen next.
Right. And that leads to, and I'm curious what you think about this overall, the notion of to what extent is what Jesus knew, does that change then the Passover story? And it becomes now the Easter story, right? Talking about that idea of the Christian Seder is one of sort of taking the Passover story and sort of now applying it to Jesus, applying it to this new context. And therefore, it is the next iteration. It is the next stage of what this holiday is, right? There's no reason for Passover now. It is now Easter.
I can't agree that Jesus also had the intent of a replacement theory of all of this now is superseded by the Easter event and, Jesus back in the fully divine, back in a fully divine form, right? Because that's also part of what distinguishes Jesus, the man,
Right.
and Jesus, the Christ. So like that is where I and again, this is my like personal interpretation of theology. I know there are lots of other beliefs and understandings around this. That's why the conversation has continued on for 2,000 years. If we all agreed the same thing, it wouldn't be this hard.
It would not be. No.
The same way that I made reference to seeing Jesus's ministry as a renewal movement, even Jesus knew what was going to happen, always believed himself and understood himself as the Son of God, Son of Man, fully divine, fully human. There's fulfillment of prophecy taking place here, but it was a fulfillment of prophecy, not a replacement. Because again, Jesus's intent, as I see it and understand it, was not to suddenly say the story of Moses and therefore Passover and everything that God did, as my dad put it. What did God do? That doesn't become irrelevant just because the Easter event takes place. And if you believe that Jesus is the fulfillment of a prophecy, all of that history still matters.
Right.
Because we also can't forget that part of the messianic vision of Jesus is the resurrection is like phase 1, right? Because then there is the second coming.
What is the next thing? Right.
Right. What is the next thing? What is the like full restoration of creation back to the garden state, back to the perfect relationship with God, the new heaven and the new earth.
Right.
That is still in the future.
Well, which is, I think that I love the way that your dad referenced this notion of going back to the garden or getting to the garden as a way of expressing that sentiment of here is how we are trying to be able to recognize that there is to use your language, not a shift, but a fulfillment, right? A fulfillment of a prophecy that may not be seen as a prophecy to those who observe the Passover, who observe the holiday as it is. Rather, it is, it's not the same thing for them, but the idea is for us to be able to return back to the garden, where we were created, where we were all united. One of the other interesting things I think about Passover especially is that in addition to the history of here's two different holidays, the Passover and the Festival of Unleavened Bread, one of the most interesting stories about Passover is that even during the time of the temple, there were Jews who lived outside the land of Israel, particularly in Egypt, in a place called Elephantine. And in Elephantine, they actually had a temple, like a bona fide Jewish temple in Egypt. And you know what one of the questions was? Should we bring a Passover sacrifice to our temple in Egypt?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for all the reasons that you would think like you shouldn't do it, that's what they were asking. And you know what they were told? Don't bring it. Don't bring it, because of how it's going to be viewed as, in a certain sense. And you think about the story of Judaism, or not really Judaism as a religion, because it didn't exist as a religion back then, but the Israelite religion, the belief in the God of Israel. Believing God of Israel could be seen as a replacement of or fulfillment of the gods of Egypt, especially looking at the way in which many of the plagues, whether it was the blood going against the Nile, and the Nile was a place for life and for one god of Israel of Egypt to come out, to the plague of darkness, and how darkness was to be a blight against the god Ra, the sun, right? To the firstborn, the plague of the firstborn is against Pharaoh, who was considered to be like a god, right? So in all these ways, either God is saying all of those beliefs are now null and void and I replace them, and that's I think how we kind of view it, or that now I fulfilled this role that you have, the way in which you have understood it to be up until this time, I have now fulfilled it. But it comes out as a replacement that is viewed very negatively, and in a sense kind of in a hostile way, that now what came beforehand is no longer valid.
Right. And, to be fair, that's a very human thing to do. Like, oh, I was doing something wrong. Rightness and wrongness, the value judgments, good, bad, we do that quite frequently as a way of making meaning of things, is we have to put them on this dichotomous, it's not even a spectrum, it's just opposite poles.
Right.
And sometimes it's also a matter of, like, when something needs to be established, the boundaries have to be really, really firm and really rigid, because if it's too malleable, too permeable, then what change is actually occurring? What is the difference?
It's amazing we're talking about this in terms of the history of these two holidays and the relationship between Jews and Christians.
Yeah.
It's another thing to see all of this come out live with us on the air, because I'm about to show you something that's going to, I think, bring this out in a whole new level. The first is this, and it is from one of our good friends who has been part of this work for a very long time and who continues to be so. It is none other than the always amazing Reverend Samantha Gonzalez Block, who wrote to us, grateful always for your heartfelt efforts to continue to support interfaith families everywhere. Heart emoji, prayer hands emoji, and what is that other emoji?
It's like a party horn.
Ooh, party time with the holidays. And Reverend Samantha Gonzalez Block is one of the spiritual leaders of the Interfaith Families Project, who, if you are in the DC area, please go and check them out. They are absolutely an incredible organization, do some amazing work for interfaith families overall. And Reverend Samantha Gonzalez Block is an interfaith kid herself. You will probably even hear from her later on during our episode here today, actually very shortly. So that's on one spectrum, right? You have these different traditions that, whether it's to succeed them, whether it's to replace them, to fulfill them, there's this relationship, the old and the new, how to make it work. We got a couple of comments from someone who we've never met before, but who was who made a comment via YouTube or via the YouTube channel. And it is a comment that actually he has a few of them. I'm not sharing them all, but I'm sharing one of them because it actually speaks directly to the point that we are making about the human nature of when you're looking for truth, maybe there's only one truth, or we think that there's only one truth out there, and it can be very challenging. In this case, we're actually talking about he identifies as Muslim and has a certain view of Islam that is seemingly replacing Christianity and Judaism. This is what Armeni Safan says. Prophet Muhammad became a light for the Gentiles and a covenant for the people as per Isaiah 42:6. Don't they, Christians and Jews, see? Are they so much blind that they can't see the truth? And Armenia, I appreciate the fact that you're raising this because the point that you're raising is actually the larger point that we're negotiating here when it comes to interfaithing. There are many folks from all religions who would believe, who would agree with you, not necessarily the point that you make, but that their religion, our religion, your religion, her religion, whatever religion you ascribe to is the truth. And there can't be another way to look at it. However, the story of interfaithing is that there is a way to find a way to make it work. There is a way to be able to have multiple truths live together. And the fact is, and the reason why this work is so important is because it's not universal. The point of human nature, especially when it comes to the story of Passover and Easter, as we're talking about, that happened so many years ago in regards to Jesus, the individual, and the way that he lived. That's still happening here today. It's still here today. And that's one of the reasons why this work and your support for this kind of work is important. And so I will make a pitch for this right now, that if you believe that the work that we are doing here is something that is important to answer to the Armenians of the world who believe that their view is the only view that can be truthful, and that if you don't see it, then what? Are you just blind? This is the kind of work, this is the kind of support that is important for us to be able to show that there are so many folks who see the value in being able to hold up these truths together, which is something that Anna, your dad, said. So I just wanted to be able to share that because that just came in live.
Yes. And like all things, I mean, I kind of alluded to this in an earlier statement. I mean, if all of this was easy, if it was all straightforward, then 2, 3, 5, 7,000 years of history would not have resulted in so much conflict, division, right? Because even amongst Christian communities, we don't all agree. We don't all see things the same way. That's why there are Catholic churches and Presbyterian churches, non-denominational churches, on and on and on. The schisms within each particular organized religion is, to me, like a testament to the fact that, first of all, human beings are not in charge. Because if we could just make sense of all of this so easily, we wouldn't have a need for a higher power. We wouldn't need to have faith in something other than ourselves. And I'm also going to go out on a limb and speak very personally, but say human history really proves us wrong.
Yeah.
The one thing that we know how to do really, really well is make our lives harder.
We certainly do.
Make our own lives harder. So it's just another, yes, in the real world, we also understand that even as interfaithing families may be approaching churches, approaching synagogues, approaching other people in their community, wanting to form those relationships, they're not always going to be met with first love and understanding. There's going to be a lot of suspicion and wait a
Yeah.
minute, you said what? What is going on here? And so we just also really want to lift up. Again, we're always open to the conversation. We're not trying to shy away from anything,
Mhm.
or suppress anybody's opinions and beliefs by any means, but just to underscore always that what our intent, specifically for the sake of interfaithing families, is always to welcome,
Yeah.
always to stay open, and always to lead with love.
And as well, like an invitation for deeper dialogue. We've
Mhm.
said this before, that part of the invitation and the goal of interfaithing is that we would love to be able to broaden the conversation, the learning, to invite not just Jewish, not just Christian, but also Muslim families and Muslim clergy
Absolutely.
to the table, to be able to have this larger dialogue around interfaithing, so that we can be able to see how these religions are working in this context of sometimes what feels like a competition, but it doesn't have to be. Right? That's part of what this is all about, is saying Passover and Easter can be complementary, not competitive. And I think one of the beautiful ways of understanding that kind of complementing, the way that different religions sort of play with one another, uh, is really seen through the prism of music.
Mm.
So we're about to share something which I know I would have to say, like, this is all exciting, and just love, and I love this opportunity to be here with you.
Yeah.
No matter how many people are watching, just to be able to share this together. But out of all of this work, I'm so excited for your husband to come on air, even though it's just with the video, and to share what I'm about to be able to share. So would you like to preview it for us, especially in thinking about the role that music can play in being able to help, let's say, broach the divide, but especially given the comment that we saw on the screen a little bit earlier, and given what we are talking about overall, how music can be a pathway for recognizing that different religious traditions that have different sounds should not overpower one another, but can lift each other up.
Yes, I do.
Everyone, my name is Pablo
Oops.
Lengain.
Hey, there he is.
I did
It's
not mean
okay.
to start it right away like that. But
We're gonna back up just a little bit. We're live. We're live.
we're live.
So, yes, my husband is the original composer to the theme song and many of the musical cues that are used throughout our podcast episodes. You can laugh along with me if you want to. I know part of our live event is a little bit like Anna's family affair, because we've seen my dad.
Seriously. I need to get some of my family in here. I don't know what's going on.
But to say, like, I am very blessed to share a household, an intercultural household that is full of music and creativity. I am also a singer. My husband is a professional musician. So we were incredibly lucky to be able to have original music written for the podcast. So Pablo's piece that he shared for the live today goes into more detail about that. But Ari, your first question, and why music for the podcast and for this broader discussion is such an integral part of the approach. And I think how a lot of people can experience religion and faith. Music for me is one of the most powerful ways to access the divine. If I can borrow, the language of the Holy Spirit, something incredible happens when people make music together. And we as human beings, if you study anthropology and history, we made music before we wrote. So we have always, whether it was through dance, song, and making music and making instruments, needed a way to express ourselves. And very often that those expressions were also how we are understanding and experiencing the world around us. So there's something very, very integral and very powerful in music. And of course, by wanting to do this thing, like create a podcast all about interfaithing, how do you make music that represents what we're all about?
Yeah.
So, again, here comes Dillo again. So this might be a perfect time for me to pause.
I
and
think
mute
he knows
myself.
that. I think he knows that his dad's about to get on screen.
I
He's like,
know,
wanna
he
see
knows
him."
it.
He knows it.
So I thought I was giving my husband like a real challenge. Like, Ari and I are going to do this thing. We want a podcast, maybe has some NPR-ish influences in the sound, in the vibe of the podcast music, but kind of, I dare you to create a theme song that masterfully blends together Jewish Christian musical themes. And I honestly thought it was like gauntlet thrown. I'll get back to you in a week. When I tell you that 30 minutes later, he came back to me and was like,
I got
how's
something
this
for you.
sound? How's this sound?
And it's so I mean, and it's epic. It's and one of the reasons why, especially in this format that we have here, thinking about the holidays, and even though it's not specifically related to Passover and Easter, but this is kind of like it's a coming out party in many ways. I think for us of sharing what makes us so passionate about this work is that we get to hear, like, yes, it's 30 minutes, but it's such an in-depth sense of what those 30 minutes really mean, right? By the way, I'll say my favorite joke in terms of thinking about how long things take.
Yes.
A great a great Jewish commentator name is Rashi. He lived in Spain from 1040 to 1105. So you know what the joke is? He was so prolific. See what you can do in 25 minutes.
Stop.
1040, 1105. I just thought I'd
Stop.
share that. And with that, let's hear Pablo creates some amazing and magical interfaith music.
Hi everyone, my name is Pablo Lengain and I'm the composer for the music of the podcast Interfaithing. So I want to walk you through what I did for the main theme of this podcast because it's a very interesting blend, of course, mix of ideas, beliefs, and then in this case music. So I'm going to show you my screen and we're going to walk through this piece of music that I wrote. First and foremost, I really needed to outline two interesting genres from each culture that, from my perspective, represent in music what these two faiths can be. So I found a really nice sample of klezmer music. I'm going to play it for you. Right? And it repeats. And then I found this awesome gospel choir. Right? So what I found is that first and foremost, I put them in the same key to make sure that they were, matching. But I found a way through these two melodies to coexist in a way that it made sense for a theme. And then obviously then I build up an entire music piece around these two samples. But it was really fun to make them collide and not bother themselves at the same time, if you will. More like coexist is really the right word. And I think it really captured the essence of the podcast as well. So I'm going to play you the theme now. So then I added some organ, which really reminds me of church music, right? But then the same chords that I'm playing here are being played by a reeds and saxes section that really evoke a little bit more of the klezmer sound. So it's basically it, you know, and then obviously there's a bass, there comes a drum set, and then the choir. And then obviously for fun, I added a little sample of a vocals just shouting "Oi," which I found really interesting, and I didn't know if it was within the limits of being respectful, but I also found it really beautiful to be a part of it, because it's really a call for something that's going to come up. And I think there was a little bit of a sense of urgency to the creation of this music that I wanted to capture, so that the audience would be captivated by it and intrigued, and also understanding these two worlds as a whole. So I hope you like this theme. I hope you like the rest of the music that I wrote for this podcast, and I hope you enjoy the podcast. It's fantastic. So keep listening, keep with us, and more music to come. Cheers.
I mean, dude, seriously. that was just so. There's so many ways that everything that Pablo did there is just it evokes the goal that we're really trying to focus on here. And the way he mentioned it, he said, I don't want them to collide.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them to collide, but to vibe. What was it? It was to vibe together, like to coexist together.
Yeah, coexist, he said a couple of times. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is what this really, what we're trying to do here. And he epitomized that in the way in which, like, he was making it through music, through just like sharing how to put these different sounds together in a way that will allow you to be able to experience the music as this whole that can coexist, though you may at first think that they would just collide and, harm one another.
Right. Like clash and not lift each other up. Because I feel like that's also like an interesting aspect of the music is, like, as the theme builds, it becomes something greater than the sum of its parts, right? And that's the point that I was making before about music. Like, when human beings start to sing together, something else happens. And you as individuals And in the theme song, the cues remain distinct.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So they do not become less than themselves.
Right. You
But
can
the
still hear
culminate,
them. Right. You
yes,
still
yeah,
like it's not like a klezmer turning into a choir and you lose the klezmer.
right.
And you lose the choir. It's that they really just lift each other up.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that was like incredible, and especially the perfect response to those who would say that no, it's got to be one and it can't be both. It can't work otherwise. It's that final point though, like the whole thing about the oi, right? First off,
Yes.
my favorite part of the music is always the oi, to the point
Always.
where when
Always.
he sent when Pablo sent the list of the new music for this
Mm-hmm.
the second season, I was playing with it a little bit to see if I could add the oi to it because I kind of missed the oi. And at the same time I was like, yeah, this is kind of feeling like, to use his words, like it was colliding. It didn't fit it if it didn't fit like it.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that he was talking about, like, I wasn't sure, right? How is it going to be taken? Is it going to be seen as
Like gimmicky or
right,
yeah.
irreverent?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I think that when it comes to thinking about, whether it's interfaith overall or the holidays, right? As another example, Passover and Easter are probably the two most important holidays in our traditions. Yes, I think you can make an argument for other holidays as well, but as you said before, Christmas leads to Easter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't like Christmas isn't as important of a holiday if it's not for Easter.
Right.
Passover actually, the month of Passover, the month leading into Passover, not the month leading to Passover, the month that starts Passover is the first month of the year. All the other months are not really given names. They're given just numbers based off of that year.
Mm-hmm.
Rosh Hashanah, the new year, that's in the 7th month of the year. 7th month of the year, it's not the first month. The first month is for Passover. And
Right.
you don't have a people unless you have the Passover, unless you had the Exodus.
Wow. Yeah.
It is, I just today I came back from my kids' model Seder from their
Aw.
Jewish day school. Yeah, oh my God, it's adorable. It's so much fun to hear them sing and get my kids to, they were each. Jonah was leading. He was part of the 5th grade. I could hear him very loudly. I was like, "That's my boy." And when it came to Lila, and she was just like into everything that she was doing. With the leading of with her part of the Seder, and we were singing it on the way to the car. Like it was just awesome. Like she's awesome. So it was just amazing to like have that kind of experience, and it was packed with the kids, the parents, the grandparents.
Yeah.
It's like it's a big deal. I mean, people have Seders even if they're not necessarily religious. It's that kind of a feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy then to take these holidays very seriously. And we should take the holidays seriously. We should find meaning in them.
Yeah.
But sometimes when we take things seriously, we don't just enjoy them and play with them. Yeah. And sometimes playing with our food, so to speak, is important. I remember a picture that Sue Katz-Miller, who has been a guest and a friend of the podcast.
Yeah.
She shared once before about somebody taking a matzah and have like the chocolate egg and putting it into a microwave and like creating a new concoction. And I remember watching that and saying like, I'm not sure if I like that. It's kind of like, it's now blending in a way. It's not coexisting. It's just sort of creating something new.
Mm-hmm.
They're just having fun with it. Like they're
just,
they're playing with it.
I mean, melting stuff in the microwave is awesome.
Always fun. Like when is melting stuff in the microwave not fun?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So with all that in mind, Pablo's point about like wondering if it was okay to put the oi in, it really made me remember Reverend Samantha Gonzalez Block, who we mentioned before, and she was on one of our shows earlier this year. It was our Christmas Hanukkah episode. We had, I think, a two-parter, and she was there, and she talked about the holiday in the Gonzalez Block household of Chrisanica. So
Yes.
I was able to get a piece of it for us to listen to here right now, and I thought it might be fun to be able to listen to it for a moment while we kind of watch our sort of views of it from the side. So going to do it this way and bring in, I don't think I have it there. I'm going to get this. Again, this is live. So anything you want to share while I get this going? There it is. Oh, that's not it, actually.
So close.
Let's see. You know what? I'm just going to do this.
There we go.
And although now we can't see ourselves. So I'm going to take this away. And we're just going to have the two of us over here as we listen to Samantha Gonzalez Block and the two of us have a nice little banter back and forth about Chrisanica.
That was such a fun night.
That was a great night. Absolutely great night.
Saturday, we had our annual Chrisanica extravaganza in my family. Yes, that's what we call it. I know there's lots of different ways. We didn't know, again, I didn't grow up with other interfaith kids.
Right.
So we thought we had invented something, but, other people thought they invented it too.
I love it. It's like Chrisanica, Chrismica.
Right. It's important, I think, for me in my own work and in my own life to really keep those traditions side by side in conversation. But I think Chrisanica is where we kind of just go a little wild together, and just celebrate the holidays in just a very just joyful way. And we invite our neighbors and we invite our family together, and we are kind of a playful family. So it's a mixture of the foods you see at the dinner table we do like skits and plays and songs, and it's beginning to look like Chrisanica. And that's sort of how my family, I think, has taken something that might have been hard or nerve-wracking and made it something really joyful and something that we want to share with others and bring people into it.
Does Jesus ever appear as like a Maccabee who like comes to save the temple, and then Judah is blessing Jesus's birth at in the manger? Like, is that ever happen with
anything is possible at the Chrisanica extravaganza?
I was just trying to be irreverent.
We usually do skits. We usually do skits where people they have to go into groups and they come back and they perform something.
Oh.
So this year we had a couple of different ridiculous prompts, again, where the sky is the limit. I'm almost embarrassed to share what happens in the Gonzalez Block household.
I like how you say almost, because that means you're going to share something.
Because I'm kind of excited about it. No, but we usually have they're all interfaith prompts. So now that I'm on the spot, I can't remember any of them. No, we had, one that was, it's the White House Hanukkah celebration, except they only have enough oil to last 6 nights. Go ahead and perform that. Or we have the Gypsy Kings and the Maccabees are coming together to release the new Chrisanica album.
Oh my God.
Offer some of the songs that
what is the Gypsy? What is that?
The Gypsy Kings.
Gypsy Kings.
Oh my gosh. I haven't a clue. What are the Gypsy Kings?
Treat yourself to that experience.
Oh, Anna, you were just like praising, like raising the roof, praising.
Grammy award-winning Gypsy Kings.
Yeah, like multi-time. Ari, if you have ever heard the Spanish rendition of Frank Sinatra's "My Way," then you know the Gypsy Kings.
Okay, got it. Now I don't
But anyway, all that to
musical
say,
knowledge is on display here.
All that to say is we have a lot of fun. We try to be very playful and we try to be very interfaithy. So we make sure there's a balance of like, okay, if you're going to put on, the story of how the menorah was invented and the story of how the Christmas tree became a thing. We're going to make sure that we all are doing something. And the idea, honestly, like, I think that people that play together, stay together, I think there is something about like, getting adults to just relax a little bit and jump into a tradition that's not their own and just embrace it and have fun with it and be a part of it. Last Saturday, we had our annual Chrisanica extravaganza in my family. Yes, that's what we call it. I know there's lots of...
Sorry, just kept going because it was on like, it was on a loop, but oh my God. First off, I forgot
to unmute.
Yeah, my my lack of musical knowledge is just it's terrible.
I mean, look, and I will put a caveat for myself. Like, I might have been wrong that it was in fact the Gypsy Kings who recorded the Spanish version of My Way, but yeah, they're absolutely incredible. Look up that song anyway because it's also awesome. And check out the Gypsy Kings.
Got it. I'll do that. But but that's like, I'll tell you, like, that night actually was very, very important for me because I think I've always approached this as like, this is something important. This is something that we have to take seriously. And Sam was like, yeah, so, but let's play with it.
Yeah.
And I think that allowing ourselves that freedom to play is something that is really important. So I want to just also give a shout out to Reverend Samantha Gonzalez Block. You're awesome. And also to the Interfaith Families Project. You can see their logo at the top. If you're in the DC area, please check them out. They also, by the way, they do a lot of great work online. So if you are in wherever you are and you're looking for an interfaithing community, please check out IFFP. They have many amazing options for you. So just want to give them that shout out as well. So where are we with our live streaming here today? We've got a lot of great material moving forward. We are having a special guest, hopefully, who's going to be coming relatively soon. So once that happens, we will be able to go in that direction. But right now, we're getting to a segment that I try to come up with something a little bit cute or catchy with it, and we can decide which order we want to do it. And that is, Anna shares what to expect at an Easter celebration, and I would also be sharing what to expect at a Passover Seder. Now, if you might notice it, I have I capitalized
the icons.
Well, yes. First off, the icons, like yes, with the matzah and with the flowering cross, the blooming cross. Is that what's called? The blooming cross. But my favorite is also the WTE because it kind of looks like a WTF. So I'm thinking of it as like a, like WTF. Like, what am I going to experience if I go? What am I going to experience? But it's like what to expect. So do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first? I'm good either way.
I can go first.
Or why not? All right.
Okay. Everyone on the live is about to experience my brain because
wait, I have to get the
slide deck.
It's in the folder, right? The slide
deck.
All right. So let me, I'm going to be able to share that screen. So
cool.
Okay.
So yes, I made a PowerPoint.
Of course.
Like a school project. And
I
know. It helped me organize my thoughts because I actually mentioned this to Ari before the live went live. Of course, we were meeting and getting everything set up. And I think I said something to the effect of like, I have so many thoughts like racing through my mind. Like I'm so excited to do this because there are just so many things that I like want to share with all of you. And so that includes a good opportunity to learn, right? Like in my heart, I can't help it. I'm forever a student. And I think that feeds into like why I enjoy educational opportunities so much as well. And had so much fun teaching with the interfaith community. I was with them actually for 9 years, almost the entire time that
Seriously.
I lived in New York. And my mother is a retired public school teacher, so it's also in my blood.
For sure. And I will tell you,
For sure.
if you have not experienced what teaching's like until you teach together with Anna, it is so much fun. So
Oh my gosh.
with
Well,
that,
that's so nice.
we're ready to go. I'm going to take off
Yes.
this banner thing over here. So
Okay.
as you know, we're about to learn, it's not coming up, it is right now, that Anna shares what to expect at an Easter celebration.
Yes. So we had to make it cute. And I am including this vis-a-vis a history lesson as well, because I wanted to make sure, even after having heard so much from the conversation I shared with my dad and other things that Ari and I have already brought up today, that we don't skip over any of the important details, because I definitely don't want to make any assumptions that folks joining us for the live event today are familiar with Easter, already know the story. I never start from that place of assumption. It's always good to make sure that we're all on the same page, and that we're all moving along at the same pace.
And I'm still moving along the same pace. You just can't see
Ari
my
is still
face
here.
right now.
Yes.
I'm still here.
So one
Should I
other
keep
thing,
going?
before we do that, I'll also put as a plug for something similar to our Patreon benefits. It could be that a resource like this, a copy of the slide deck or other educational resources, are the types of things that we create and make available to our Patreon supporters. So just throwing that out there one more time before we go through this. Okay. So what is the story of Easter? These first few slides, I just wanted to make sure that we, again, cover these very important details. So Easter is, I believe, an Old English term, or comes from an Old English word, but originally would have been a Greek word that more literally translates into Resurrection Sunday. And so the Easter event, as we celebrate it in now, is a commemoration and a celebration of the story of Jesus rising from the dead. And you'll see there that I put the word Christian in air quotes on this slide, emphasizing what we touched on earlier in the live, that Christian is a modern term, but the very, very earliest groups of people who would have been commemorating the Easter event of Jesus's resurrection were not necessarily calling themselves Christian. And actually, Easter would have been celebrated every week. That for the groups of people who were beginning to identify as, I think my dad referred to it as the way, or just the Jesus people, that would have been a mixture of Gentiles and Jews, non-Jews and Jews, who were coming together to form these communities. And Sunday, if we're going to use a modern calendar to talk about why it was celebrated on Sunday, is because, again, this was not a replacement in the earliest days of what also would have been still important observances for any Jews, meaning the Sabbath. So this distinct day of Resurrection Sunday was like added on to the week as part of observances. And so it's only later, in fact, I think more like 300 years after Jesus's time, historically, the like 30 or so years that Jesus is said to have lived on earth, about 300 years after that is when Easter, through the development of Christianity as now an more organized, more distinct movement, would have become an annual event as opposed to the observance on a weekly basis. So these are the high points. Okay. What is the story of Easter? We talked about it already in the Gospels. Each of the four of them cover at least these things for the most part: that Jesus dies on the cross and is buried in a tomb, and 3 days later, the tomb is found empty. The Gospel of Mark actually ends right there. Mark doesn't go any further than that. Jesus' tomb has been found empty, but
There's no
some of
more?
these,
Mark is done.
Mark is done.
Wow.
Mark is the shortest gospel. Mark also does not include a nativity story. So Mark begins when Jesus begins his ministry. He's already an adult, and ends with the discovery of the empty tomb. Mark is succinct.
That's pretty good.
Mark is also said to be the oldest of the 4 synoptic gospels. So you can even understand that if Mark's writing was available and being taught first, then as the later gospels were also being written, they were building upon what was already there. And so then other aspects of Jesus's life become important, including the nativity story, which is Christmas. So in the other 3 gospels, we get more information about what happens after the empty tomb has been discovered. And it's that Jesus reappears. And so that, of course, is important, because just finding an empty tomb could simply be, excused away as, well, somebody stole his body. Grave robbing is a thing throughout history. And so the other gospels also make it very clear that the tomb was not just found empty, therefore that's the proof that Jesus was resurrected. It's the fact that he reappeared.
All right.
And in 2 of the gospels, who he appears to first stands out to me, because it is to Mary Magdalene and another group of women. That they were coming to the tomb in order to take care of the body, and found it empty. And then Jesus appears to them in that moment. And so it's actually not the disciples. It's not any of the other men who were very important to Jesus's life and teaching. It's Mary Magdalene and the women. Not Mary, his mother, but Mary Magdalene and other women. He does also appear to Peter, who was kind of the lead disciple, and appears to him individually and also to the group of disciples. If you've ever heard the term doubting Thomas, where that comes from is that Thomas was one of the disciples, and he was missing from one of the group gatherings where Jesus appeared to them. So he was only hearing about this after the fact. And because he didn't experience it for himself, still being in the shock and the sadness and the grief of the crucifixion, Thomas was like, no, that can't be true. And it actually was to the point that Jesus appears again to the group of disciples, and Thomas is present. And Thomas makes him show me the scars on your hands where the nails went into you. Like, prove to me.
Wow.
And so that's where the phrase doubting Thomas comes from.
Got it.
And then he also appears to other people. Also very important to know that Saul of Tarsus has a conversion event, basically, by meeting Jesus post-resurrection. And he is traveling on the road to Damascus, I believe. And after that conversion event, he changes his name
To Paul.
So Saul becomes Paul.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And so then Peter and Paul become 2 of the primary writers or named authors of many of the rest of the scriptures in the Christian Testament after the Gospels. And Peter, being named Petros, meaning the Greek word for rock, is named as like, Peter, you are my rock upon which I will build my church. So Peter is lifted up, especially in the Catholic Church. Like, every lineage of priest is a direct line back to Peter, as far as where the teaching comes from. And Paul was also a very important apostle of Jesus who spread the gospel. But Paul was also very, very actively interested in preaching to the Gentiles and not just to other groups of Jews.
Right.
So
as
Peter
opposed to
and
everyone
Paul,
else.
Yeah.
As opposed to everyone else who was interested more in the Jews. Right.
Right. And so even right there kind of comes back to this: Jesus and Christianity were not a replacement model. of Judaism.
Right. It was a fulfillment.
Right.
It was a fulfillment. Yeah.
And an expansion. Right. Because God, at some point, God is the savior of all humanity, of all creation. And so if you want to be like wrapped up in that being saved, then get right with God.
There you go.
There you go.
Got to get right with God.
And so then the last events that carry on from that, it's referred to as the Great Commissioning, where that is also where the later events in the Christian calendar related to Pentecost come up. The tongues of fire, that is a symbol of the Holy Spirit, like blessing all of the disciples and apostles who are being commissioned to carry forward the teaching of God vis-a-vis Jesus, because Jesus is not going to be here forever, right? That the ascension does take place. And here we go again with that 40 days. So if you listen,
always about the 40 days.
Always coming back to the 40. Always got something to do with 40. So if you listened to our episodes on Lent and Holy Week earlier in this year's episodes, we talk about that, or I talk about that, how the number 40 is important and another way of, quite frankly, lending legitimacy to who Jesus was and what he was teaching, because the familiarity of things happening in increments of 40 would have been understood to Jewish communities.
Right.
So
we going next?
Yes, please.
Here we go.
Okay, so some of you might be asking, Anna, what about the pagan roots of Easter? I know.
Well, we'll get there.
It's like not
any holiday's got to have a little good pagan history to it. Otherwise, like, what's the point? Right.
Yes, because again, Christianity did not exist in a vacuum. And so whether it was the Roman during the time of Jesus, later the Greek, cultural influences and empires that people were living under, the same way that RU reminded us of the kind of like Roman roots of parts of Christmas and Hanukkah, and even the like Egyptian roots of needing to distinguish what is happening within Jewish and Christian traditions, is you're in conversation with the broader culture of your time.
Absolutely.
We're not just going to ignore those things. And sometimes, yes, you're going to create new meaning out of a tradition or symbolism that already exists.
Yeah.
And so, yes, the fact that Easter takes place in the springtime is somewhat related to that connection to Passover, but also because in Roman and Greek culture, springtime rituals were very important because it was the time of year that the days got longer. There was more light, of course. And so it was seen as a very important time of rebirth, renewal, and hey, we made it through the darkness of winter, right? If you survived, that was a big deal. So all of the symbolism, even of Easter bunnies, bunnies are highly fertile. Okay. They reproduce quickly and well.
Oh, they're very happy come springtime.
They are.
They are very happy.
They're very happy. So even,
but you know what? They don't make eggs.
They do not. However, bunnies were a symbol of fertility. And so fertility also being related to renewal and life.
Oh, right.
That chocolate bunnies then became something like treats that you would give during a springtime ritual as a way of noting that symbolism. And eggs, similarly, are symbolic of new life.
Interesting.
And
so the bunny and the egg are actually, it's not about the bunny making the egg. No. It's about the bunnies and the eggs are both that symbol of fertility.
Yes. Springtime and fertility, new life, hope, renewal, all of those things. And so again, Christianity does not own the market on the importance of hope and renewal a new life.
Mhm.
But you can see in having the resurrection as got to make sense of this, quite frankly, like what most of us would otherwise call a supernatural event. Humans can't resurrect themselves. The only other story of resurrection in the Christian scriptures is Jesus bringing back to life one of his friends.
Hmm.
So that is also a reminder Jesus can resurrect somebody else. And that's because he is always fully divine and fully
Huh.
human.
That's fascinating. I never knew that. That's fascinating.
Yes, the story of Lazarus. So, why is Easter so important? We've said this already. For Christians and Christian community, Easter is it. We don't
Mhm.
have a religion. We don't have a religion over 2,000 years of history. Why would any of this matter if not for the resurrection?
Right. And I'm wondering, is there a point that
Yes.
we can pause this because
Yeah.
we have our guest who has arrived? But do you want to pause it now?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we're going to pause it right now because this is what's also very cool about our experience here doing this live
Mhm.
stream for the first time is that for the very first time we get to bring in a live guest, not a video guest, but a live guest. And so I'd like to welcome to the stage Eleanor Harrison Bregman. Hi, Eleanor. How are you?
Hey, it's great to be here.
So happy you could join us.
Yes,
This
thank
is a
you.
very, very special moment. So just to kind of give everyone a little bit of background to this and where Eleanor, you're coming from in terms of being here, joining us for this moment today, is that Eleanor is, she was the connection with Kate and Marielle, who had been on the podcast before, both this past year and also in the previous year when we had a number from the book group, right? Well, guess who got the book group going? It's this one. Eleanor Harrison Bregman was the one who brought together a number of interfaith couples in New York to be able to experience what it means to live an interfaith family, what it means to create an interfaith family among all the different opportunities and challenges there are. And funny enough, I was actually talking to Marielle, talking to Kate, and it just so happened that Eleanor, you had texted her or emailed her that moment when I was
Yeah,
speaking to her, being like, I know
yeah.
that you know Ari, I would love to
So
talk to him.
crazy.
It was just crazy. So it's bashert, it was meant to be. And then Eleanor speaking to you and hearing about your story, your role as a pastoral caregiver, especially working with interfaith families, thought it would be wonderful to highlight your work and to bring you onto our show, and especially for us to hear about your own story. So, because I think, especially thinking about the themes that we've been referencing here, about the ways in which the religions can coexist, as well as they work together, and you figure out what makes sense and how to be able to make it work. And we talk about interfaithing overall as there's no one right way. It is really dependent upon a couple, upon a family to find a way to make it work, and think that your story is so critical for that. And so Anna would love for you to meet Eleanor. So Eleanor.
So good to meet you, Anna.
Yes, you as well. We're so excited to have you join us. And I love knowing about that story of connection. Those are just the things that really like touch my heart and stand out like it's meant to be.
It was so much fun listening to your podcast. First of all, I love the podcast. Second of all, it's fun to share your podcast with people that really need to hear it, some of the couples with whom I work. But for me personally, when I first listened to it, I was like, wait, I know that voice. I know that person. So it was really extra fun.
That's fantastic.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do, actually, I think if I can do this correctly, I'm going to have, Ellen, I'm going to put you in the big screen over here as I put up, and hopefully the banners are going to work. But what I would love for you to do is going to kind of give you the open floor to share a combination of your story as you see fit, and also thinking about this time of year, Easter, Passover, and tied into your story, how you have addressed this time of year, both personally and also professionally. Just looking forward to hearing you, and then for us to be able to engage in conversation together.
Terrific.
All right.
Terrific. So I'll give just a little bit of background maybe first, and then move into Passover and Easter. I grew up Episcopalian in Savannah, Georgia, went to the same church pretty much my whole childhood. My mom became a deacon in the church. She was the first woman in Georgia to be ordained, or in the Diocese of Georgia to be ordained. It's a big part of my life. By the time I got to college, when I got to college and took early Christian history classes from John Gager and Elaine Pagels, and basically historians and not Sunday school teachers, it was a big moment for me. It really turned my world upside down, and my faith life upside down. And I also fell in love with the man who was to become my husband, Peter Bregman. And we didn't wrestle, as most college students don't, until we were in our mid-20s and really thinking, could we, how are we going to make this work? And at that point, I think that I'd wrestled a lot with Christianity. I'd really wrestled with belief systems that I was, that were challenging to me. I had a breakthrough moment actually with Elaine Pagels, I was her nanny after I graduated for a couple summers. And when she went off to church one Sunday, I was like, wait, you're going to church? We got to talk about this. How do you say the creed? And she said, when I come back, I'll talk to you about that. And she said to me, when she got back, she said, Eleanor, I really think of the creeds as 4th century poetry, and I can recite the 4th century poetry of my spiritual ancestors.
Wow.
And I also, she says, I translate the word credo as I give my heart to, not I believe, like as if like it's an intellectual assent to something. No, I give my heart to this. That changed everything for me at that point. And Peter and I really had to wrestle for 4 years. We decided to, in the end, after a lot of therapy, couples counseling, introduction to Judaism courses, and all sorts of things, he came to the place of, I can't. My kids need to be Jewish one way or the other. And I came to the conclusion that I wouldn't call it a conclusion. I came to the point where I said, I am not converting as a condition of marriage. And there was a way through at that point. We thought that's what we'll do. And by the way, I said, I'd like to go to seminary because I am obsessed with the study of early Christian history now. And Anna, you and I went to the same seminary, I understand, to Union, Theological Seminary. And by the time I left Union, I had one kid. She was converted when she was a baby. I was loving chaplaincy work, and people were asking me to do their weddings. And we moved to Savannah, back to Savannah, where I did more clinical pastoral education to be a chaplain, and was not ordained, but was wrestling with that also. When we returned to New York, I found a church, not Episcopal, but a United Church of Christ church in Greenwich Village, a wonderful, crazy place called Judson Memorial Church. And the senior minister at the time was married to a Jewish man. So she was a great mentor for me, Donna Scopper.
Yeah.
And for many years after I went through an ordination process with the UCC and at Union, where you don't have to, there's definitely not a creed. It worked for me. There was a lot of spaciousness theologically. And I then went to work as a chaplain in the Jewish Home and Hospital. Doesn't exist anymore, but in a Jewish setting. And finally into Romamu, a synagogue where there was a space open to create create a space for interfaith couples. That's how it started. It grew a little bit bigger than that. It embraced more people who felt estranged from Judaism finding their way in. But the core of it was really interfaith couples, multi-faith couples, families, navigating and finding a space once a month or more to gather and explore topics together. So that was up until it was about 7 years. And then I left that position, and we can go into this, but it was another 4 years of exploration for me from several reasons. But I decided to convert to Judaism about a year ago. And during that time, I that sort of time after I left Roma, there were always couples that would find me, and I would work
Mm.
with them, just one or two at a time. But once I think the conversion settled for me, I really felt I missed the pastoring piece. I missed working with couples. So I said, let me put myself out there a little bit more. And so now I'm doing that, more than just one couple here and there as they find me, but working with more couples, and sometimes individuals, half the couple, as it were. So that's a little bit about me. And then, I don't know if you want to pause here, or I can go into Passover Easter.
I would love to pause here for a moment. I've heard, Eleanor, you share your story, and I'm amazed. I think that for me, the most amazing thing is that you have this relationship with this nice Jewish guy, and then you're willing to go, and then you're going all along your own spiritual journey, and it's something important for you, and willing to kind of go through it, and he's willing to kind of go through it, even though it's probably sure that there's a lot of stuff there. It's a lot of courage, and just so impressed at the way in which you're able to kind of breathe through all the different iterations of what a faithful journey looks like for you. So just want to raise that up.
Yeah.
But also want to give Anna, if you have any thoughts.
I'm realizing it's kind of opening my eyes a little bit, because Eleanor, I wouldn't be surprised if actually I've seen your name before, because even while I was at Union, that was in 2007 to 2009, there were many, many, many people, my classmates and other colleagues that were in the program at the same time, who attended Judson Memorial. And even the fact that you named Romamu, I think I went to at least one event that was held there. And so I'm just, again,
a lot of
you
overlap.
all both, you all used that beautiful phrase like Bashir earlier.
You just did Jewish geography together. You just did geography together.
I know.
I want to just say one thing, Ari, just related to what you said about navigating through this, because and this, it's every step of the way. It's like a rethinking. Where am I now? Where am I now? And trusting with your partner that you have the skills to navigate now, which is different from then, and is going to be different from. I don't think I would have imagined I would have converted, at least at a point, especially when I got ordained.
Right.
But it also laid I think it was like exercising a muscle too at the beginning. The blessing, as you all know, is if you wrestle through it at the beginning, you do build some muscles for communicating about difficult things, hard things that are close to your heart. And I know that's how we've been able to navigate.
One of the things I would love for us to continue to talk about, and maybe touch on a little bit later here, but maybe this is also good info for another episode overall, is the counseling piece, the marital therapy piece of interfaith relationships and the dynamics therein, and how there's, to a certain degree, it's just like any other family dynamics that's out there. And on the second level, there's also a unique feature to it that I think is so valuable to be able to discuss. I want to, though, park that for a second, though, and maybe we can reference it in a certain way, because I'm very curious from your own perspective, your very unique perspective, Passover and Easter, right? These two holidays could be seen in conflict with one another. We've been talking a little bit about this on the live stream, and there was a phrase used by Anna's husband, by Pablo, talking about interfaith music overall. It's not to collide, but it's to coexist. Like, you don't want one sound to kind of overemphasize, but at the same time, you want them to be able to really work together. And then also with the stories, though, of Passover and Easter, especially because of Jesus's role in doing the Passover sacrifice, and then it leads directly to Easter, there's a sense that collision could be a replacement as opposed to a coexistence. I guess maybe this would be, Anna, what you're referring to as fulfillment, like the fulfillment of, in a sense, the Passover that the Easter could be a piece of that story, but it doesn't come to replace what Passover is or what Passover was. And even then it could still feel a little bit complex. So I'm just curious about any wisdom that you have to offer from your own experience personally, professionally, in terms of these two holidays, especially given how important they are and the relationship between the two.
Sure. It was really
not start with a simple question.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I know it was actually sweet to reflect on this a little earlier today, because my own experience in the last 20, 25 years, since I really began to engage more seriously as a Christian, my own experience is Maundy Thursday, which is the Thursday before Easter. It comes from the Latin word mandatum. Maybe you all covered this already, but the mandate to love one another as I have loved you, as Jesus loves his disciples. I loved that service always. And that service, and because it was about, so in 3 of the Gospels, it's a Passover meal, and John, it's not. But I always loved that that Maundy Thursday was a reenactment, really, of that Passover meal. I just sort of loved imagining, oh, this is it. I always felt deeply like, what would it have been like to have shared that meal, knowing something bad was probably about to happen, that your rabbi was about to be taken from you, that something that sort of foreboding feeling, it just filled that service for me. And I always loved that in a way, and loved that it was that it then moved into Good Friday, which I could also really identify with. I think I probably, these 2 days, I took it was easier for me to identify with these 2 days because it didn't involve a big miracle that I was really wrestling with. Like, was he resurrected? What does that mean? How do I relate to that? So I think I looked at these 2 services, Maundy Thursday and Good Friday, as sort of reenactments. Remember, we sometimes use the phrase remembering forward. It's very much like a Passover Seder I experience now, which is you're reenacting this thing that is the story, and really trying to feel, what did it feel like? And at the end of the Maundy Thursday service, in many churches, they slowly strip away the altar, the lights go down, it's solemn, there's nothing left in the church. And anyway, I really got a lot out of Maundy, Thursday, and Good Friday, because it was then, maybe let's say the next night or the night after that was going to be the Passover Seder. And sometimes it was the same night. We'll talk about logistical problems later, but I always loved that then it fed right. And then the next night I would be at a Seder, reenacting the thing that I was also reenacting on Thursday night in some ways. So the themes of course, of loss, of grief, of death, and then moving towards resurrection. I think by the time I got to Easter, I tended to go metaphorical. And that's how I and still, it was something I could give my heart to, like I said before. But I think that I probably had a Jewish way of relating to Good Friday and Maundy Thursday, I would say, in terms of just being in the reenactment and pulling all of the meaning from that reenactment.
Amazing.
So that's kind of how I navigated it. And logistically, I think for a lot of people, a lot of the couples, they're less concerned with the theology, and underneath it, at least right now in the practice, I'd say, more concerned with logistically, how are we going to manage, and are we prioritizing one versus the other in terms of whose family are we spending, that sort of thing. That's a little bit more relevant for whatever reasons right now with the people that I'm working with.
Makes a lot of sense.
So yeah.
Adam, any, I mean, I could go off on this for many many different ways, but any thoughts?
Yeah, I just, thinking about like a Maundy Thursday service, and it's something that yes, I wanted to talk more about, because it's something that I feel like no church community should like gloss over. In like, if you're going to skip other things and try to keep Palm Sunday, and then we get to Easter Sunday, and my week is too busy, therefore, let's cut some stuff out. If it doesn't happen on the weekend, we're not going to do it. And Maundy Thursday is, especially as you described, like when there are opportunities to shift what the church itself feels like and put yourself into that sense of something really bad is about to happen. And you have to go through that in order for the light of Easter Sunday morning to have any meaning at all. And it's also just a beautiful reflection for me of humanity. That same way, like in my personal journey, my personal theology, I've gone back and forth over the years of, do I need Jesus to be divine? Jesus as an example of how to be in right relationship and navigate the world is enough sometimes for my personal faith. And so the passion, if you will, right? Like that's how it's always talked about, the passion play, and taking you through this week leading up to this horrific death. There's so much in that should not get lost. Like, we can't just jump to the happy stuff and focus on the Easter baskets and the chocolates and the goodies. Like, faith emerges in that dark part.
Yes. I think I remember learning this at Union, that in traditional, more liturgical churches, I guess, that it's considered one service. So whereas you have a benediction at the end of most church services, you don't have one after Monday, Thursday, or at the end of Good Friday, because it's supposed to be one. And I also, that idea of the pain and the suffering, that what Jesus did was feel it and go through it, not project it onto, like we often do, that the transformation and the resurrection comes from the ability to hold and sit with and metabolize pain, and which is one of the ways that I experienced, maybe on a more symbolic level or a real level, could identify places in my own life where that was transformative for me, spiritually and psychologically. That was something that was quite meaningful to me about Easter. And it'll be really interesting this year, I think, because this is the second year that I've been Jewish, and Maundy Thursday's in the middle of Passover this year. So and I likely will not go, except that I'll be with my father, who's Christian, Episcopalian, and will be for that part of Passover with him. So it'll be interesting to see if he attends, and whether I'll accompany him. But just getting back to the couples, that piece of it, when I'm sitting with couples, the hardest and most important work I feel like happens is slowing down enough, like just when somebody, you can feel they want to gloss right over because they know it's a sticking point, or they know that it's going to be hard for their partner, and it's slowing down and creating the space for them to really explain, articulate, and sometimes not even that, sometimes just feel how they feel about some aspect of it. And it could be rabbits and Easter eggs, and it might be the cross. I mean, it could be anything that has valence for them. And I want to slow things down so they can really get in touch and try to articulate to their partner, and have the partner be able to feel into how that lands and to be honest about that. And that I don't know, 60, 70, 80, I don't know, percent of the work is really slowing down enough to do that. And then the way through comes from, from experiencing the discomfort. Maybe it's not pain, maybe it's discomfort, metabolizing, being with it, and then finding a way through and practicing and building that muscle. So I feel like that's the bulk. That's the bulk of the conversations that I have with couples about any holiday, but in particular Passover and Easter coming up.
Yeah.
So I would love actually to touch on the logistical challenges. I've heard from more than one, whether it's a couple themselves, family. Very often, though, it's a clergy or members of a community who don't really know what it's like for interfaith families to engage with multiple traditions in some sort of way. The issue of being able to make it happen, to do it. Does that mean we're going to church and synagogue? Does that mean we're doing all the holidays? All of that extra time and effort. And I'll be perfectly honest, like for all the work that I've done in this field, I'm not an interfaith family per se. Like I don't have that experience of needing to balance the engagement with multiple traditions. And so while I've counseled many folks to say you can do it and there are ways, and in this work especially, part of the idea of this LiveStreamathon is to begin the process of really trying to cultivate this larger movement of organizations, of clergy, of support systems to help families, to create content, to create engagement opportunities so that families can feel like we can be able to do whatever it is that we feel called to do as an interfaith family, because there just haven't been so many resources available. Still come across the challenge of like, is it too much to do?
Yeah.
Like too logistically challenging. So, thinking about Easter, Passover, right? These are two holidays that always coincide because of the very nature of what the holidays are. Like you can't have, just we talked about, you can't have Christmas without Easter. You really can't have Easter without Passover as well. So the two holidays share such DNA that they're always going to be involved with each other. How can they make it work?
Well, I guess how do we make it work? How did I make it work? Again, back to the point of slowly trying to, what do I need as an individual in this family? What does my partner need? What do the kids need? I think taking the long view that maybe this year, because Easter's on the last day of Passover, and some people might celebrate that last day of Passover in an observant way. And normally might go to synagogue on that day. Maybe this is the year to do
To go to
Easter,
church.
but not synagogue, and assume that there'll be many more years where it doesn't overlap like that. There's always kosher for Passover, Easter brunch. I don't know how that will fly. We've done that quite a
talk about coexisting. That's amazing.
That's always a fun one. We've navigated that a few times. But it is I really do feel like it's partners, as you all know, coming to, as long as the two parents are on the same page, if we're talking about kids, or if it's a couple, I think it's being on the same page that matters, and exactly how you work it out. I know that there were times when I would sneak off like to that is how it felt a little bit, but I would let people know I'm not going to be there for the first part of the Seder. I'm going to go to Maundy, Thursday, and then I'm going to show up. I think that probably only happened once, but to be creative about how that, and also for the wider family for whom that might have been Peter's wider family for whom that might have been harder.
Mm.
As long as Peter and I were on the same page about that, I felt very supported, because he would say, she's not here yet, she'll be here, and this is why, would kind
Sure.
of advocate for me. That was,
Right.
I feel like that's a very important piece. When you get on the same page with your
Right.
partner, they can advocate for the
Really
in-laws
good
or for the
point.
wider family.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So and what I appreciate in that sentiment is it's recognizing that we're each two individuals, and just as we have our own lives, professional lives, personal lives, even distinct from our partners, that taking that time for ourselves and those kind of spiritual needs
Mhm.
are critical. I think that the challenge is when it's about bringing the family in and to be able
Right.
to sort of
Right. How
be
many services can
present.
the kids withstand?
Exactly.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
actually a bigger.
I mean,
Mhm.
that was something as well. Who was I speaking with about them about? Oh, actually, it was. I'm not sure if it was Marielle or if it was someone in the book group, or I forget exactly where, but talking about sitting in church alone, right?
Mm.
They're the only non-Christian partner sitting there, and it feels very lonely to be able to engage and to be able to be present. As well. Oh, it was also, I think, Reverend Sam Gonzalez Block, her
Mhm.
story about her mom coming to church. I'm not sure if it was like about the Catholic Church. It wasn't one she grew up with, but also just like sitting in church and like because her husband never came, right? Her
Mhm.
husband, who was
Mhm.
Jewish, never came to church, and
Yeah.
because of that, she was very lonely sitting in church because everybody else is partnered up, and so she
Yeah.
ended up sitting together with someone whose spouse was Catholic, and so because he was Catholic, he never came to her church. So
Mhm.
there is also the sense of, yes, giving space for your partner to be able to do what they want to do, what they need to do, but
Mhm.
how much does a partner need to realize, I actually also need to step up, I need to show up too?
Yeah. 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 I identify with the loneliness. I think people would ask me, how is it? And I often was in church alone based on the decisions that we made around the children.
Mhm.
And it was important for me to learn to say, this is actually, I do need you all to come for this thing,
Mhm.
whatever it was.
Mhm.
And there were Easters. There were definitely Easters where I said, I want you to come. Or when my mom was alive, we're going to be in Savannah for Easter because I want to spend it with her, and
Right.
we'll figure that out. And the loneliness is still there, and so it's a combination of learning how to live with the loneliness
Yeah.
Yeah.
based on the decisions that we've made, and also to know when it's too much and I need to ask for
Yeah.
something a little bit different.
That
It's
makes
sort of
sense.
a tuning in. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And any final thoughts for Eleanor before we let her go?
I just appreciate this so much, because I think Ari, you and I have touched on this in other conversations throughout the podcast episodes so far. I'm going to say the increased emotional maturity of so many of the couples that we've heard from, who shared their stories with us, and others that we've known throughout the years. Like, I'm just seeing that reflected in you as well, and not just because you also sit in the role of counselor with many of these couples, but you've also walked it yourself, and it's just so beautiful, because I do think there are a lot of people in the world who are afraid to ask for what they need, even to their family members and especially their partners. And this is, I hope, like opening people up to say, if like really, if that's your person, that should never be a problem. It's just something that you're going to go through together.
Yeah. Yeah.
That your relationship doesn't come to a culminating point at the time you get married. It's only just beginning from that moment. And life is going to happen.
Yeah.
Most of which is not going to be predictable either. And so just, I think, really wanting to highlight the importance of all couples, but for our audience, interfaithing couples, to allow yourself, even if you don't have access to a counselor or a pastoral care team that can help you learn to hold that space for one another, to try and to show up for one another and to be open and be there with each other on
Yes.
your journeys.
Yes. I'll expand that a little bit, just because a few days ago, I had a gathering in the apartment. Some of them, Kate Mariel couldn't come, but there were some people there, interfaith couples, because I had really been feeling the need, like, wow, people are really alone. Some of the people that I work with, they're really alone in this. They're alone with me, and that's it's good that we found this space together. But the couples create an incredible space together for, even when they're all they're at different stages of the journey, or they're making different choices. They're going to go they're interfaithing, or they're doing one or the other, or some variation. It doesn't matter, because as long as people sort of know, don't convince anybody else to do it the way you're doing it. But just creating a space like that is magical, because people feel like they're not alone. They can share resources. They can do what we're doing right now. Try this, try that. This is what I said. This is what and it's magical. And that's just such a plug for all of the interfaithing communities around there, whether they're formal, like in Washington and here in New York, and I guess Chicago, but also creating smaller gatherings. I plan on doing it. I sent a survey out. I said, how often do you want to get together? Do you want to do it once a quarter? Do you want to do it more or less?
Yeah.
Because I see the value in it. And it's what I wish Peter and I had when we were first coming along and navigating all of this. It's really
that's what we're hearing
helpful
from a lot of folks. They wish that they had this available. They're often given like a straight choice. I know one person in particular saying that they decided to raise their family fully Jewish, and then when I was talking about interfaithing, she was like, and this is the Jewish part of the couple, says, I kind of wish, for my sake and for my husband's sake, that we had these options available. Now, Union School has been around for, I think, 30 plus years. IFFP has been around for longer than that. It's not like many of these institutions are spring chickens. They've been around, but at the same time, because it's few in number, because many folks in general, there's a sense that you can't really do it. That's why it's important to have so many resources, and hopefully creating opportunities like the Streamathon is like one example of starting putting things out there and building those relationships we hope will continue over time. So Eleanor, first off, thank you so much. Want to give you an invitation to come back, especially next year, or next, I should say, season, which is going to be this year. We're going to focus a lot on ritual and how different rituals can be done in a context of interfaithing, whatever that looks like. Actually came up with one that I worked together with Kate on, Shabbat agape ritual, that we're going to highlight. And so in thinking more about those options, especially things that are DIY, you could do in the home, what those might look like, would love to, explore your wisdom to be able to share that. If you can, how can people get in contact with you, or, if they want more, whether it's counseling, what are the ways in which people should be able to reach out to you?
Thank you. Yeah. EleanorHarrison@me.com. You could just email me, is the easiest way. And we can be in touch. We can be in touch that way. Thank you all so much.
Eleanor Harrison at me.com.
EleanorHarrison@me.com. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're now going to be able to see that actually right now at the bottom of the ticker,
look at
so
that.
people can be able to see that. And as we sign off, Eleanor, thank you again for coming. I want to share just one kind of quick thing you mentioned before about all of the holidays, Monday, Thursday, Good Friday, and like those were the big ones. And just like to really experience it, I will say I did experience a Good Friday. I was in Jerusalem, and we decided to do a visit of the Stations of the Cross. And I just don't think we knew exactly what day it was, because they were doing a reenactment of the Stations of the Cross as we were touring through. We were the crowd who was being overrun by all of the photographers, the Israeli photographers. So if you think about just like Israeli mentality and like wanting to get a picture, and we were kind of in the way, like I'm sure exactly like you had photographers watching Jesus, thousands of years ago.
Right, the crowd's pressing in on you.
Blessing against. We're like, we had to get out of the way, and we're like, why did we do it this day? So talk about reenactment. Reenactments are supposed to be powerful, but they're not supposed to be bloody. So
yeah, exactly.
Right.
exactly.
So with that, but thank you again, Eleanor.
Well, wishing you all a happy Passover and a happy Easter, a meaningful Holy Week, all the things. It's just a pleasure to be with you. And I really look forward to the next time, and very grateful for your work.
Absolutely.
Yes,
thank you so much, Eleanor.
So much.
Absolutely. Take care. And again, you can contact Eleanor at eleanorharrison@me.com if you'd like to find out more about her work. All right. Take care again. Good to see you.
Take care. Bye.
Right, bye. So, first off, well, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That was really powerful.
I love a small world,
I know. And by the way, this is totally like JTS, UTS, like Theological Seminary, Union Theological Seminary. I mean, like seriously, we should just reach out to those institutions and be like, come on, like see what's happening here, see what your graduates are doing.
I know. Look at us.
So speaking of look at us, first off, do you realize it's already been 3 hours?
I am seeing that. I am impressed with us.
I mean, this is, and I feel like, I mean, we're not going to do it, but I feel like we could just like keep going because there's so much to talk about. There's so much that's here, and we're looking forward to sharing a lot of this with everyone in so many different ways, not just here right now during the live stream, but during, as we share that with everyone else, as we share with you on our socials, especially if you would like to. We haven't mentioned that necessarily so much right now, but becoming a Patreon member is so important because that's really where we can be able to show you what is it that we do, especially coming together to focus on similar kind of work, not the same, but similar kind of work that what Eleanor does in regards to helping couples figure things out, coming from different perspectives, and that both in terms of Anna, your background, my background, to help the couple speak regarding their own particular faith perspective, because there are certain things that come up when you're in a Jewish only space, Christian only space, to think about educational opportunities, which is something that we're hoping to really kind of build up over the course of the next, of the summer into the next year. And we want to be very grateful to our Patreon members who are just really, really special. Like your support has really given us, I think, the confidence that there is a desire, there is a need for this kind of work, and that the future is really bright for all this. So any word you want to share about for our Patreon folks and to encourage people to join?
Just to say, I think the best problem Ari and I could find ourselves with is too many requests from new Patreon members, right? Like that would be a great problem for us to have. Because as you were saying, we want to continue helping couples, families, people navigate what it means to create space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that we are the ones creating spaces. And I think we've said this before, but just to, highlight that for a moment, nothing that Ari and I have ever presented is directive. Other than maybe like love one another and show kindness, right? But that's also just us quoting scripture.
Or as we're about to find out that a little bit later on, it's not necessarily quoting scripture. It's what scripture is telling us, and then if we believe it, then it's what God's telling us.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what God's telling us.
So we don't believe that the two of us have any sort of like magic formula or, buy in to our approach. Nope. There is no single approach. And the same way that we continue talking about and sharing on the screen all of the other organizations that we know of who are similarly engaged in this work. If you're saying to yourself, gosh, I want to be a part of that network, reach out, because we're also happy to be, connectors and bridges in that way as well.
Right. We're hoping for, just to kind of give a sense overall, is that this isn't just a one organization kind of a thing, that every organization is trying to do the best that they can within the current context of where they are. And we also know that it can be very difficult. It can be lonely. It's not always easy to necessarily feel that sense of a larger presence because of the fact that interfaithing is a very personalized thing. It is very family centered. It is unique to every circumstance. And yet we see that there is such a desire, such a need in certain ways. And so what we're looking to do with this podcast, with this LiveStreamathon, is to really just get the word out more, and to really drive up interest and engagement on these holidays, on these topics, so that folks can know that there are people who are out there who want to be able to help, and who want to be able to offer some sense of recognition that the work of interfaithing and the work of interfaith families is helping to make the world better. It just is. And that we want to be a part of that process. We want to help you be a part of that process. So please contact us, reach out to any of the other organizations that are out there that you can see here on your screen. And just like for today, especially, that any action is a way to express what you feel about something. And we can talk all we want about the work. We can talk all we want about different ideas, but it's really the actions of saying, of doing the support, of saying, I'm going to make this donation, I'm going to make this kind of show, I'm going to spend the time to do this holiday, to show the people who are doing this work that we support them. Please consider leaving us a tip, just as a sign of saying, like, yeah, I hear that, and you know what, you're doing a good job, so I'll give you a tip. Just like a little something, as if like you're going to the coffee shop and being like, oh, don't press it 10% or 15% or whatever it is.
Exactly.
I'm not even asking for that much, just like a little bit. So please consider adding to the tip jar, and that we want to spread the wealth to all, to as many of the organizations as we can, to let us all know that we're part of this larger thing, this larger movement together.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
All right. So with that in mind, are we ready to get back to a little bit more about Easter? We'll bring back up all right, let's make it happen. So I'm now going to end this, bring why is Easter so important back up to the stage. And are we here, or is this a good spot?
Well, just as a reminder and acknowledging, as people may have been dropping in and out of the live, we started this previous conversation before Eleanor was able to join us. So if it feels like we're kind of starting from the middle, I apologize.
Because we are.
Because we are. I apologize, and you're correct. You're completely correct. And really what this is leading to, the rest of these slides, are to get us into the what to expect portion of, I think it's important to know the information. So if you are choosing to attend a church service, and perhaps one in a new community or at a church denomination you've never attended before, whatever the circumstance may be, just like Eleanor was saying before, that sense of loneliness when sitting in a holy space. There's a certain tragedy in that. And we hope that by providing sort of the historical and educational pieces that go along with this, it just helps alleviate to whatever degree possible people may feel, to alleviate the loneliness or to alleviate the, gosh, I'm lost. I don't know what's going on, just the utter discomfort of being in an unfamiliar space. So if you know what's going to occur, if you know what to expect, then hopefully that can be a balm, that can be a help. So why is Easter so important? We have underscored this so many times in this conversation, because there would be no reason for an entire separate organized religion called Christianity to exist without this event taking place. Okay, so I know there's a lot of words. I mentioned there's a lot of words. Okay. I promise I will figure out some way to make the slide deck available to folks if it's requested, if you would like to have this as a resource. Not solely through Patreon membership, but can definitely happen there. So again, why is Easter so important? Theologically, the resurrection is all about the triumph of life over death, and also reflects the promise of God, right? So the covenants that are talked about throughout Scripture, the promises that God makes throughout what we understand as history as it's written through Scripture, all about the restoration of creation, right? Because we have the Genesis event of the creation and then the Garden of Eden, and when humanity comes into the picture, and then what happens, right? The fall, as it's referred to. And so much of both of our traditions is all about God continuing to relate to humanity and to creation, and that making covenants, making promises is all about eventually God restoring creation. And so the resurrection event is a part of that theological lineage, if you will. And so it's only after the resurrection that Jesus is now referred to as the Christ. Prior to that, Jesus was referred to a lot of times as just, rabbi, because people who were just encountering him performing his ministry, it's like, is he something more than that? We don't know. Okay, he performs miracles, but that could come, like, more than just Jesus could technically have performed miracles, right? Because we also hear about miracles throughout other parts of the Scriptures. And so it's also very important to understand, we can't gloss over this point, that the theology around the resurrection is also rooted in the belief that Jesus is the prophesied Messiah. And so the message that the disciples and the believers of Jesus are then commissioned, sent forth to go out and preach to the rest of the world, is that Jesus is the Messiah. So that definitely becomes, not solely that Jesus is the Messiah, but the point that Jesus is the Messiah is like, follow what else Jesus had to say, because whom is the Messiah has been a question that especially Jewish communities have been asking for millennia, like waiting on the Messiah. So for someone to make a declarative sentence and say, Jesus is it, that's a big deal.
That's a big deal. That's
it's
for
a
sure.
big deal. And so I just put these other little phrases here that if you did not know before, the Greek word evangelion is where we also get the word evangelical.
Oh, fascinating.
And so
I love all of those.
Yes.
Greek, ancient Akkadian histories to words. It's all
so lowercase e, evangelical, is just somebody who spreads the gospel. And the gospel just translates to mean the good news. And what is that good news? It's the triumph over life and death. It is the fulfillment of the promise of Jesus now being understood as Christ, the divine figure, is part of that Trinitarian belief of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Therefore, the fulfillment of Godhead, the Godhead one, being able to provide that, to be the savior of humanity, that no one other than God can save creation.
Right.
And so then the mission and why missionary work is so important to so many Christian communities is because the mission, right? Then the disciples are commissioned to spread the good news. So just underscoring that when we hear about things like evangelicalism and mission, they might mean certain things to us today in a modern context, but the
Right.
kind of OG understandings of those terms were simply because this group of people who were now kind of solidified around the resurrection event were saying, this is a really important thing. We've got to go tell people.
Right. It's almost as if, of course, you're going to want to get this news, because it allows it is a fulfillment of all of our hopes and our dreams.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't need to convince you. We just need to share it with you.
Right. And convince, yes, because I mean, throughout the rest of the development of Christianity and Christian history, I mean, conversion very much becomes a big deal. But again,
Right.
just wanting to remember that in the earliest forms of Christianity, it was someone like Peter, the Apostle Peter, who also was Jewish. Peter was not converting to something in his mind. He was proclaiming that his teacher, his rabbi, who had now like gone through this supernatural resurrection event as a divine figure, was now the Christ. He believed that Jesus was the Messiah, and so he continued to spread that message. But he, again, it was neither Jesus's nor Peter's or most of the earliest disciples' intent to form a new religion. It was to bring people to the God of Moses.
Right. You know, it's interesting. I think that one of the main critiques of interfaithing overall is that it's creating something new. And what we're talking about is, no, it's holding up the realities of the traditions that we've inherited, but to be able to speak authentically about it, and authentically about how we received it. And I'm hearing something similar in the way that you're talking about the OG message of, you know, what it means to evangelize, that it isn't about preaching something that is different than what you already believe in. It is in expressing that the belief that you want to have is true now. Like, it almost seems as if before Jesus, they thought that it wasn't possible to be redeemed, or it wasn't possible to, as you put it, that God could save humanity.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And even that conversation about conversion and who is right. There's a little bit of an internal conflict right from the very beginning. You can sort of read some of the scriptures as Peter versus Paul. They don't always agree.
No.
Being the two primary
I mean,
voices.
they're Jews. What do you expect? Like, you got two Jews, you got multiple opinions on how to be able to pass along the message of the Messiah. Like,
now,
of course.
Now, the other thing that's important to remember about Paul, and that I think for a lot of Christians is also important to understand, is, again, this whole conversation of conversion, right? Was before he was known as Paul, before he was Saul. The name change tells you something. He changed something about himself, right? And one of the one of the areas of disagreement, if you will, that Paul and Peter was who should receive this message. Is it primarily to other Jews? And then if Gentiles, which was the common phrase or the common term for any and all other persons non-Jewish, if Gentiles happened to find out about it and get, wrapped up in it alongside them, is that kind of like a bonus, but not really the goal? And Paul was much more explicit in saying, no, we evangelize to everyone.
Yeah.
Because Jesus came to save all. And in fact, Paul would sometimes say conversion is not necessary.
Conversion is not necessary for...
Like you could believe in Jesus.
Right.
Without converting to Judaism.
Right. And in a certain sense, the conversion needed to happen for Jews only in the sense that it was believing in Jesus, but that the commandments, the Torah, was still obligatory.
Mm-hmm.
For Gentiles, the commandments are no longer obligatory. You don't need to convert into Judaism in order to believe in Jesus.
Right. But that right there for me is also where the passage of time starts to make things really sticky, because what was Jesus teaching? He repeats this over and over again. As you've read in the Torah, he repeats the law of Moses over and over again.
Over and over again.
Over and over again.
Right.
So
in terms of thinking about going on from there, we have more slides to get to. Also want to get to a little bit about what to expect about from a Passover Seder.
I'll move faster.
Well, it's up to you in terms of what you want to do. More than happy to stay on Easter. I always love learning more about. And we don't. I'll tell you what's something interesting about Easter, though, is that I'll say that it was ingrained in me that to be a Jew means to not believe in Jesus. Mm-hmm. And therefore, the holiday that is the most idolatrous, to use a certain phrase, and I'll explain why that's phrase, the most idolatrous holiday was Easter. Even in talking to Eleanor, it was the way that she talked about Maundy, Thursday, and then Good Friday, Holy Saturday, and then Sunday, Easter. That's more metaphorical, right? So it is almost the sense of you're taking this individual and turning him now into a god, into a divine figure. I think that whole thing is one reason why it felt to me in the past that it was hard for a Jew to feel a connection with Easter. Mm-hmm. However, especially given what you've shared in a certain way, and other pieces related to how Jesus's divinity, like his identity as a God figure, wasn't anathema to the Jewish population at that time.
Right.
Like it was Jews who said it. And it's not like it was something that, oh my God, we see this miracle. Now we're going to go totally against the belief system that we've had for forever. Right? If Judaism is a monotheistic religion and it was Jews who saw Jesus in this way, then there must have been something in Judaism that allows for that kind of belief. And you see that whether it is, I always forget if it's Elisha or Elijah. I believe it was Elijah who goes up and basically goes up to heaven. It is in the book of Genesis having to do with God coming down and being an angel visiting Abraham or walking in the garden. Maybe even having to do with Moses not actually knowing where he's buried. I mean, it's like, where did he just go?
Yep.
God was, and by the way, who was the one who buried him? It was God. Excuse me. Like,
yep.
I could say there's a tradition, not a tradition per se, but there's a halakha, there's a Jewish law around burial that if you are of a certain lineage, so if you're a priest, then
Mm.
you're not allowed to go into a cemetery because it makes you impure. As a priest, you're not supposed to be impure.
Right.
The only one you're supposed to make yourself impure for, in other words, to go to a burial site, is for family.
Mm.
So did God just make God himself impure by taking care of Moses when he died? And if so, does that mean it was because it was family? I mean, the point of what I'm trying to say, I'm being a little facetious with it, is that
Sure.
you've got this sense of humans and divine and divinity as being in relationship, and therefore the notion that you can have a person
Yeah.
actually ascend to the level of divinity isn't that outrageous from
No.
an ancient Jewish perspective, but it was
No.
because of like the long separation between Judaism and Christianity, between Jews and Christians, the notion of Esau, like of Jacob
Mhm.
versus Esau, and of that separation that I think led to this notion that, oh, that this is completely idolatrous when it wasn't.
Yes. And I would also add to that, because again, we don't avoid the hard stuff in this
Yeah.
space either. Christians can't ignore and can't deny that much of the telling of the Easter story also makes it very clear Jews were the ones who killed Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a way to hear that story, and I'll say, unfortunately, walk away from it with that separatist mindset of Christians won, right? Because you're reading it in whatever current timeline that you're in and saying,
Yeah.
Christianity prevailed. We have said that Jesus was right, that the disciples were right. Therefore, the Jews who killed him are the bad guys.
Yes.
And that even throughout the scriptural stories of his ministry, of like who is very often, antagonizing Jesus, are the other Jewish religious teachers that he's in competition with. And I'm putting competition in air quotes because
No, if you're gonna do
a lot of other things.
air quotes,
Air quotes,
actual air quotes,
air quotes. Yes.
which are also Easter bunny ears.
They are. I'm so glad you said it because I went right there. Here comes Peter Cottontail. Yes.
Oh, we're getting to that witching hour.
We're totally getting
We're totally
to
getting there.
the punchiness.
Yes.
I mean, we said we were going to stop at 7, but we don't have to.
I think we should stop.
I think we're going to stop at 7. No, we're going to stop. We're going to stop. So again, we also can't be in denial about the fact that part of this over the past 2,000 years, like what has driven Christian communities and Jewish communities apart from one another are aspects of that type of anti-Jewishness that don't always get addressed, in my opinion, appropriately.
Right.
That they're just allowed to exist. Therefore, the idea of Jews killed Jesus. Therefore, if you continue to be Jewish in today's world, when you have the obvious, air quotes, example of Christianity in front of you, there's something wrong.
Right.
That needs to be unpacked, because I don't actually believe that the Christian theology says that, or the scripture, I should say. The theology was all sorts of things over and above that.
But I think that it's important to think about it from the perspective of the majority minority issue. Like this is something that we've talked about before in other spaces, and as well in thinking about it for interfaithing families. One of the interesting things that I've seen in regards to interfaithing communities and how interfaithing families often relate to one another is that there is a lot of, call it, concern on the Jewish side and not necessarily as much on the Christian side, partially because the Christian side it's the dominant majority here in America. Yeah. Jews have always seen ourselves as a minority, even if we are in a majority culture country like Israel, we're still the minority in the larger world. And therefore, that mindset impacts our ability to make decisions as to who is okay, who is not okay, who is safe to trust, who is not safe to trust. And I think it's that distrust that has festered over the course of centuries. On the Jewish side, I think it's led to a very very dangerous and challenging, upsetting amount of baggage where it's almost impossible to, let's see, divest our way of seeing the world as anything but how Christians have treated Jews over the past couple hundred years, which, again, there is truth to that. Absolutely, there is truth to that. And if someone says, I believe in Jesus, or if someone says that Jesus is important to them, that the Jewish reflex cannot be, because it also does damage. It cannot be that, well, that word is scary to me because it represented a lot of Christian anti-Semitism, and it still does for many, or that it means that this individual is anti-Semitic in some way because they have this belief system that is going to ultimately view me as a Christ killer in that regard, to the point that you were making.
Yeah.
And this holiday is, I think, is full of that tension, right?
Yes. And I think I am going to identify, I'm so happy to get into it with somebody else who also studies Christian theology or just believes differently than I do.
Bring it on.
No,
I'll pick Anna in a fight anytime when it comes to this kind of theology.
Oh gosh, it's not a fight. Not a fight. I lead from love, but I'm just like, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
All right, let's see it.
Christians are missing the point if they just walk away from the Easter story like Jews are the bad guys. Again, bad guys are in air quotes. Because to me, I continue to see it as so much of Jesus's life and teaching refers to either events from the life of Moses or just other things that would have been incredibly familiar to Jewish communities at the time, including the cycle of God sets forth and the Jewish Israelite, whichever time period you're talking about, goes along, they're tight with God, and then they start to diverge and they fall away from the Torah. They
separate,
something happens and God has to interject and bring things back. Sometimes, that's after a period of exile and all these other things, right? So there's a cyclical nature to that story of we are human beings. Dilla is barking. We are human beings. And it's so easy for us to lose sight and fall away. And that even the Easter story is another example of that. So for a Christian today to walk away from the Easter story, like unless and until Jewish people accept, air quotes, accept Jesus as the savior. I'm like, no. If Jesus if one of Jesus's purposes was to be that renewal movement within Judaism at the time, then the same thing was coming into Jerusalem and discovering what was happening at the temple and cleansing the temple of the types of actors and activities that he didn't feel should be there. Being crucified by his own people is a part of that cyclical pattern of falling away and having lost sight.
So it's more about us as humans,
yes,
and us about our ups and downs of our relationships with God and with one another.
And not
That's
for
what
nothing.
it's about.
Yes, sorry. And not for nothing that at the moment when Jesus is about to lose his human life, he experiences humanity at our worst.
Wow.
And so then the redemptive language, the redemptive vision of the risen Christ for me is all about, I'm going to repeat what my father said, look what God did.
Yeah. I'm not going to let you just fall away and be the result of the cataclysm that is people being at their worst.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I'm now actually getting Noah and the Ark vibes.
Yes.
Because God said to Noah, I'm never going to destroy humanity again.
Right.
Right after Noah and the Ark.
Right. That's the first covenant.
Right.
And then there's
But what if, okay, bear with me for a second. What if the notion of I will never destroy humanity again is actually I will never let humanity's ability to be at their worst get in the way of their ability to hope for a better future, and that I will provide them the resources necessary to rise up from the ashes no matter what the situation is, because I ain't doing this again. I'm not destroying the world over again. Like, no, that happened once and that's it.
It was good.
Jesus is a story of that in a similar sense that, look, okay, so because we haven't really talked as much about Passover in regards to what to expect for Passover. So
I know. I think
it's okay. Yeah.
I want to get to that for sure. And I'm also hearing maybe a bonus episode in our future.
Bonus. Yes. Okay. So here's what I mean. The mic is falling away. The mic is like, I'm tired.
I'm tired.
I'm tired. I don't want to be here anymore. Okay. So what's it gonna say? I think it's gonna stay. I'm not sure. All right. So if the story of humanity and God, like this a larger kind of relationship, like we're not talking necessarily about just Passover and just Easter of how to do one or how to do the other. It's now thinking about what it means as human beings to live in this world and for God to be a real figure in our lives whose purpose is to remind us that being at your worst is only temporary. It's only temporary. So Passover is a story or is a holiday that's all about reenactment, not too dissimilar from what we talked about before.
Yeah.
Right. We talked before about, and Eleanor brought this up, the reenactment of the you've got of the what's it called? Sorry, of the reenactment of
you mean the
Jesus
Maundy
going of Maundy Thursday and of Good Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a reenactment of what it's like to be slaves and then to become free. So by virtue of enslaved people to become free, it means that we are no longer forced to only be at our worst, right? If you imagine this, slavery is the most beaten down version of humanity. It is so beaten down that you are considered to be like cattle. You are just you're property, and you're considered to be property. You've lost your humanity. the story of the Exodus is the first time in human history that we have any kind of story of an enslaved group who is actually able to get out of that place and to become reborn as humans, right? So, and we're reenacting that sense that we can be reborn, we can be able to become more human by virtue of this experience of the Seder. And so many of the different elements of the Seder actually do that. So I'm going to actually share with you on the screen. I think I'm going to be able to do this right.
Oh, I'm going to have to find a Seder this year. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you probably need to find a Seder.
I really do.
You really need a Seder. Okay. Oh, that's not going to work well for me. Let me see if I can do it this way. Nope. Nope. And nope, that's not working.
Does that help?
Nope, that does not help.
Okay.
That does not help. Okay, that's okay. Actually, this is not the page I want. I want instead. You know what? I'm going to take this off for a second, and I want you to get back on. There you are. Are you back?
We
on?
live. We live.
We really live here. Okay, here we go. We're going to keep these two. We'll come back to over here. Wait, over here. There we go. And I'm now going to bring up. Here it is. All right. So this you may have seen before. Okay. I'm going to take ourselves off the screen. We're just going to talk about it. All right. So we turn off the camera. So on here, on this screen, we have a Seder plate. All right. Now, this Seder plate has a lot of different items on it that relate to the holiday. All of these items have some element of reenactment of the past. You have the green vegetable, and you also have looks like the pinkish blob, which is, both of those are a form of maror, a form of a bitter herb.
Yeah.
Now, even the green, even that sometimes the green could be, it could be just parsley, but it's also considered to be a bitter form of an herb, almost like if you have like not romaine lettuce, but it's whatever, like the bitter form. I'm blanking on the like a bitter kind of kale type of
kale
lettuce.
Or arugula. I mean, some other.
Right. So, but it's designed both to be springy and bitter at the same time, so that the vegetable that represents the life of, I should say, the renewal of life also has a little bit of bitterness attached to it. In addition, it also means that there's like multiple vegetables on the table, because one of the 4 questions, and most people know about the 4 questions. I'm actually not going to go into the fact it's not 4 questions. It's only one question with 4 different possible versions of them. Okay. But regardless of that, one of the things that's mentioned is that there is, usually we have vegetables, but now on this night we have maror, we have bitter herbs, but it's actually that one of the vegetables is kind of a bitter herb. And not only that, but there's actually multiple times in which you dip the vegetables in. So it indicates that it is also just that there's multiple vegetables that's on the table. And all that I'm saying about that is it's supposed to represent both springtime, but also the bitterness.
Yeah.
Right. Then you also have the charoset, which is that kind of like the ground, what's it called? The brown stuff. Right. And it's sweet, but it's also supposed to represent the mortar that was used for building the pyramids, whatever it is that the Israelites were building. And by virtue of having that on the table is to say it's sweet tasting, but it's bitter in terms of what it's supposed to represent. Okay.
Yeah.
The egg, which is a symbol of fertility for sure, and that is shared very much with the Easter holiday. that egg is also reflected in the sense that there isn't a sacrifice that we do anymore. There is also the shank bone that's on the table. You can kind of see it. I think it's between the beetroot and the charoset. It's supposed to be a bone that was offered to the temple as a sacrifice. It's no longer done. The egg, though, is also supposed to be burnt a little bit, and you don't eat it, right? So it's also supposed to represent that which is given over to God. But that sacrifice that was given over is almost, or to put it this way, it is the reason why we were continued to be enslaved. One of the fascinating things about the particular prayer, or not particular prayer, but the particular song of the particular song of totally blanking right now. Oh, not of Let My People Go, right?
Oh, yes.
Let my people go. Let my people go is only half of the phrase. For this, I'm just going to take this off the screen for right now. Put us back on. So put our cameras back on. Hello, you there?
Yep.
There
Sorry. Standing up.
Standing up, getting a little break.
I know.
So, it's let my people go so that they may worship me. All right. Let my people go so they may worship me. The biggest issue that the Israelites faced is that they weren't able to do their own religion. And by virtue of not doing their own religion, they needed to get out of Egypt. When Pharaoh finally let the Israelites go, the reason he chased after them is because he thought that he was only letting them go to pray, but instead they were actually going, or not to pray, but to worship their God. Instead, they were getting fully out of Egypt. So by the fact that on the Seder plate, you have the shank bone, which is supposed to represent the sacrifice, the Passover sacrifice, the egg, which is, yes, it is a symbol of fertility for springtime, but it is also burned in a way where you have the vibe of this is what what you would do in the temple.
Right.
It's almost like a reminder, when you believe in God, bad things are going to happen because other people are going to be upset with you. And you need to be aware that that's the price that you pay. It's like when Tevye says in Fiddler on the Roof, God, I know you're the chosen people, but can't you just choose someone else?
Can't you just choose someone else?
For a little bit, just like a short time. Okay. So there is it's a level of springtime, but also bitterness, whether it's the vegetables, whether it's the shank bone. Okay. Craziest one, though, is the matzah. The matzah. Now, the matzah, which is like the symbol of Passover, right? I'm going to bring it up on the screen so we're all able to see the wonderful matzah in all of its delicious goodness, because everyone knows it is the greatest thing since sliced bread. In fact, it's not sliced bread at all. It's not sliced bread at all. It would just be better if we think of it as a cracker instead of as a replacement for bread.
I mean, yeah. But I grew up with saltine crackers, so I mean, I love a matzah.
There you go. I mean, just call it a cracker. Don't call it bread.
Yeah, just call it a cracker.
Okay. Matzah is both the food of affliction and the food of freedom. How the heck can it be both? Like, seriously, how can it be both? It's either what?
I was going to be snarky and say, because God said so.
Because God said so, of course, because God said so. Well, here's the thing about it, right? We often talk about matzah as that thing that you do, that you eat as a way to say that, oh, we had no time to bake bread. I'm calling bunk on that, because that's what everybody ate. And you want to see the proof of that? Go back all the way to the story of my man Lot.
Oh, okay.
My man Lot. Okay, so all the way back in the book of Genesis, what happens? All the angels and God come to visit Abram and say, you're about to have a kid, and also about to destroy this place called Sodom and Gomorrah. And so what do you think about that? He's like, well, can we save him? Like, I don't think so. Can you try? We tried. Not going to work. But we'll save your cousin Lot. Goes down. Let's go get Lot out of Sodom and Gomorrah. I was like, come on, man. He's like, no, it's okay. You're here, my visitors. I'm going to give you the sumptuous feast. I'm going to give you this feast. Literally, it says, I'm going to give you a mishteh. And you know what he serves at this feast? Matzah. It literally says he served them unleavened bread. Unleavened bread is the food of feasting. It's the food of feasting. But what do? We turn it into the food of affliction. I mean, like, you can't make this stuff up. You turn it to the food of affliction. And what that means is that all this reenactment is that all the things that could be good, that could be amazing, green leafy vegetables, this delicious meat that we sacrificed over to God, the fertility of like the egg, the matzah, the feasting bread. Oh, it's supposed to remind us of slavery because we're always going to be enslaved. But maybe one day you will be free. So the whole story of Passover, like what to expect at a Passover Seder, is overall the larger message is you are going to be in this ritual where the message is we were once slaves, but we are now going to be free. I actually think it's kind of the opposite. We are free, but we're going to imagine that we are slaves so that we don't take our freedom for granted.
I was going to say, I was like, yeah, that humility piece.
It really is that humility piece because God can break us down, but then will lift us back up.
Right.
It is almost as if, we talked about the fulfillment of Passover and Easter. And I think that fulfillment can sometimes sound like succession in a way.
Yeah, for sure.
But it can also be a bookend in a way. Like if Passover is a reminder that with all of that which we do in this world, all the great things that we do, we cannot be too haughty. We cannot be too haughty to imagine that we are not going to make mistakes, that we're not going to err, that we need to be humble. Passover is a reminder that we can be brought down to our lowest level. Easter is the holiday that says, no matter how bad you are, no matter where you are at your worst, you can always be raised back up.
Yeah.
You can always be able to get, and like that was God's sign with Jesus and the resurrection in that manner. So it's like, I can bring you, I can bring you down and I can also bring you back up.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, not for nothing. I mean, you said it in the terms of Easter, but I was thinking basically the same thing. Like sometimes it is God's going to teach humanity a lesson, right? That's said throughout scripture. That's what so many of those stories say. And it's also for me, you may be at your lowest, whether because of exile and enslavement, fill in the blank, other affliction. And you believe in that moment that you're in total despair and you are alone, crying out, we can't save ourselves. And God never abandons us.
God never abandons us. We're never alone. No matter how much we feel. Right.
Yeah, we're never alone unless we forget.
Right.
And that's actually how, I'm forgetting who it was that said this. I believe it was an Orthodox priest, if I'm not mistaken, who provided a definition, a description of hell. Because of course, in Christian theology, like hell plays a very large role in much of the thinking and understanding. And the way that this priest defined hell was to say, hell's doors are only locked from the inside. Hell is a state wherein you as a human, or we as human beings, feel lost and
Yeah.
abandoned by God, but we never actually are.
No, it's only by choosing to be abandoned,
So
by
yes.
wanting to it. Like, one of the most powerful sermons I've heard in a while is from one of my rabbis here at my synagogue, Temple Beth Zion Beth Israel. Shout out to BZBI. And so Rabbi Abby Weber was talking about, she was talking about two different things. The first thing, the main thing she's talking about, is the lack of social justice in the world, particularly when it comes to living in an urban center and seeing a lot of homeless around, and tend to walk past and not see them.
Yeah.
Because like it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
If we continually walk past because it's too much, then we're going to become so, and I mean disillusioned, so numb that we stop seeing them at all.
Yeah.
And then no matter how much we may try to reopen our hearts, we've already hardened them because we chose to not see them.
Mm.
She said, that's what happened with Pharaoh. The first set of plagues, Pharaoh's heart was not hardened by God. It was hardened by Pharaoh, because Pharaoh chose to not see the good, to not see the possibility, to not see that he had to change his ways. And so he made that decision for all the different reasons why we decide to not open our hearts to people. He decided to choose to harden his heart.
Wow.
And then come the last set of plagues, and maybe he wanted to change, but by then it was too far gone. And God's like, I'm just going to finish the job you started, because you went down that path, and there's a consequence to that path. Like, you can't always come back. Or even if you can come back, it requires an extraordinary level of effort to be able to do so, that for most people, it may feel like it's absolutely impossible. And for Pharaoh, God finished the job that Pharaoh already decided to do.
Wow.
So in that regard, it's that the gates of hell we choose to walk through, and then we want to get back out, but the gates are already locked behind because we went too far. And I think that these holidays are there to remind us of both of those possibility, but that we have to choose to remind ourselves to not be like Pharaoh, which is what Passover is all about, and as well to remind ourselves that we can do great things, which is what Easter, I feel, is a lot about, and what I'm kind of getting out of, especially today, in a new way.
Yeah. My goodness.
All right.
We gotta do some bonus episodes.
I mean,
because we're not done.
We're definitely not done. But I mean, oh my God.
I mean, we're done for today.
We're done for today. We got 2.5 minutes left, and I wanted to do one more little shtick with you.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Have you ever done? Oh, so one other quick thing is that one of the ways in which we, think about the relationship between slavery and freedom, how do we deal with things that are painful, is you find a way to make order out of them. Yeah. When things are at their worst, make like crazy order. That's what ritual does. Yeah. So Seder comes from the Hebrew word Seder. I'm not sure I'm going to get to this.
That was incredible. That was so perfect.
Oh my God.
But
the reason why I said it that way, it means order, right? It means order. So there's a certain order to the Seder. So what to expect at Passover Seder? You may see a number of different rituals, but they're all part of this order, which I wanted to show with you right now. You ready for it? We're going to do a little action. I think I might have done this with you before. I forget.
Maybe. Yeah.
All right. First one is Kadesh, which is the cup of wine. So you take your hand, you got a cup of wine. All right.
Mhm.
Drink the wine. Not go drink your fizz, but you drink a cup of wine. Then next thing is you have a washing of the hands. This is not a ritual washing. It's a washing done prior to the eating of the vegetable, and therefore you actually do not say blessing. So that's called orchatz. All right.
Mhm.
There's a separate ritual blessing you do before eating the matzah, eating the bread,
Got
the
it.
cracker, not the bread. So kadesh, orchatz. Then you take the green leafy vegetable and you dip it in the salt water because, of course, we can't have nice things. So take that. All right. Then, so that's
Yes.
kadesh, orchatz, karpas, yachatz. You break the middle matzah, which is going to be oh my God. I forgot to mention your dad's pronunciation of afikomen was priceless. I loved it. So, yachatz, you have to hide that afikomen. All right.
Mhm.
Magid is you tell the story, which is really not telling the story. It's like rabbis saying, we're going to tell you the story, but we're going to tell it to you in a weird way.
Yep.
And really anything from Exodus because that's just whatever, telling the story. Right? So kadesh, orchatz, karpas, yachatz, magid. Ready? Then you do the ritual washing of rochza. Then you take the matzah and you eat it, motzi matzah. Then you take the bitter herbs because they're so bitter. Finally, we're not done yet. is you do the sandwich, the korech. This is what I mentioned before. This is a sign that actually this holiday is done post-temple because the korech, the sandwich, is a way to remember the temple.
Mhm.
Right? Remember the temple. So
Got it.
korech. So again, from the beginning, kadesh, orchatz, karpas, yachatz, magid, rochza, motzi matzah,
Mhm.
aror, korech. My favorite part. I'm excited for this for tonight. Shulchan orech. It's the meal. You got to eat as fast as possible.
Mhm.
Safun, you're looking for the afikomen and then getting a prize.
Mhm.
Barech, you make a blessing at the end of the meal. Hallel, time to bless the Lord. Raise the roof. Time to bless the Lord.
Oh my God.
And then finally, nirtzah, we get to the end. All right. And this is why kids get into it because you make it fun. You got all these motions. So here it goes, including we'll do it with a song. We're going to do it here as a way to sign off for today. All right. Here we go. So it goes.
Here we go.
Kadesh orchatz, karpas yachatz, magid rochza, motzi matzah, maror korech, shulchan orech. Am I here?
It froze.
Oh no! Can you hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Oh no! What happened to me?
Oh no!
No! Stop camera.
Oh gosh!
Oh no! I really.
For once, it's not me.
Oh my God!
The outtakes. The outtakes, my friends.
Now I gotta put this. Hold on. I gotta make this big for a second. Oh, no, not wait. Oh, it's not doing it. I can't do it for myself. Hold on.
Oh no!
There you are. And back. Oh, wow, that's crazy. That's amazing. I'm in the middle of it. Oh, you got to finish it for me. I
really
can say it.
Okay.
I can say it for you, but you gotta finish it. So that's maror.
Yes.
You got to do korech, which is the sandwich.
Korech.
Then you got to eat the meal.
Oh, eat really fast.
Yes. Safun, you're looking for the afikomen.
And then we're looking.
And then barech is to pray. And then hallel, hallelujah.
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 Oh my gosh.
Nirtzah, which is, and we're done. You got to put your arms like across.
Oh, that's right. And then,
And then you're done. All right. Well, I'm going to say goodbye.
Oh my God. Somebody out there, please have taken a screenshot of this.
I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea what is going on there. I mean, I can probably hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on 1 second.
Friends, did we not say we are live? We are so live. Okay. I promise not to say anything scandalous or incriminating. While we
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, I think we're all waiting with bated breath.
Whoa, we're back. I've returned. I've been resurrected.
I wasn't going to say it.
And with that, thank you so much for joining us. This has been such a pleasure. If you can, please decide to leave us a tip, because this is just way too much fun and we don't want to stop.
We don't indeed. We want to keep going and going and going. And I know I've mentioned it a couple times already, to all of our social channels and to your podcast feed, because I am sure there will be some bonus episodes coming soon to cover all the things that we really wanted to share with you. And oops, we talked too much.
I mean, 4 hours is just not enough for us. People were like, why are you doing it that long? I'm like, this is not going to be that hard.
This is a hold my beer.
Exactly. Oh,
Watch.
By the way, the Southern twang you had at the very end of your time with your dad, that was also priceless. Loved it.
Yeah.
All right. So also, if you're interested, please add to our tip jar. A little bit of a few shekels would be very helpful, just for that sign of support for all of the future of Interfaithing, both the podcast, but also the larger movement here. And with that,
take
care.
Stay curious.
And keep
interfaithing.